must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
Oh shit, I thought we were live.
No, we're live right now with the episode 195 and a wild range of subject. A lot of stuff happened again. We will talk about the coronavirus. We'll talk about a Facebook guy being possibly involved in murder, and we'll talk about censorship, of course, and about the Assange situation. That is very important to talk about too right now, because the lawsuit is in 3 days. At least for me, it's in 3 days. And so I want to ask all of you to please share this around, because we were already talking about this before the show. We don't even get notified anymore on our accounts when we go live. So we get shadow banned, censored in so many ways. So we depend on you guys to share it around. And so welcome everyone and enjoy.
I just want to correct you real quick. It's a Google project manager, not Facebook, that is being accused of murder. I just wanted
This is like
So
these
mix up
guys.
with the Q&A.
These guys are seriously breaking into criminal enterprises. Like, you know, they've got the extortion rackets, they've got the information mining rackets, and now they've went all the way down to murder. These are criminal empires.
Silicon Valley Mafia, man, that's what it is. And the 4 families that run California.
So what happened here? This is something that happened in Hawaii, was it?
Yeah, apparently there was a murder in Hawaii of a Google project manager's wife, and the Google project manager was arrested. Let me look into it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's kind of a breaking story, so there you go.
Yeah. So basically,
Everybody should be
Sonam.
researching.
Yeah. So Sonam Saxena, 43, was taken into police custody following the discovery of a body near Anahalumala Bay in Hawaii. And they say that Saxena's wife, Smriti, a 41-year-old Indian woman, was last seen at the Lava Lava Beach Club. She was wearing a black dress with a multicolored floral design and black jacket, according to the police. The police have not confirmed the identity of the body yet, but they say that the body was found near his residence in Hawaii.
And he hadn't filed like a missing persons or any of that stuff. Just like, oh, hey, you seen your wife?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, apparently, the thing is, like, in this instance, it's kind of interesting because he's a Google project manager and his wife was a business program manager for Microsoft. So I don't know if that's like a
like a rivalry.
Yeah. Like I didn't want to say it, but you know, like yeah.
Yeah, I mean, project manager, that can mean, quite a bit. That doesn't mean he's all that high up
Program
in,
manager,
yeah,
program
in
manager for
Google.
Microsoft, project manager for Google.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like a very bad breakup.
Yeah, like maybe a lover's quarrel. You guys like vacation. That sounds like there was probably some other things going on.
Stealing ideas for years from each other.
Oh yeah, you're gonna turn the other one in for selling all those Microsoft secrets, Google secrets.
Yeah, that's what's. I don't know. Well, maybe that's what fucking went on. I have no idea. Who knows,
Somebody
right?
probably said you do it or we do it.
It's just very interesting, in my opinion, that she was working for Microsoft and he was working for Google because they do have a rivalry, but yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
don't know if
mean,
it would
there's
go
people
to
that work
murder.
for Ford and Chevy that don't end up murdering each other. um, that seems probably a bit excessive, but I mean, it's hard to tell with people, with people.
Apparently, he
Yeah.
posted on LinkedIn that my wife Smariti is missing. Can you please promote this tweet so that I can tell my daughters where their mom is? Help.
That sounds weird.
Also, yeah. Also, um, apparently, um, his wife. The only thing that was found of his wife was her purse, her phone, and her credit card on the beach.
So what? He probably like took her out into the water and doesn't realize how tides work. Oh, I have. Like,
Oh, cell phone
there's a
too. Did I
lot.
say cell phone? I think I said cell phone, but if I didn't, I
Yeah.
wanted to put that out there. But yeah, I don't know. The story is very weird. So who
We'll
knows what?
get more information as we learn more. Just the two
Yeah,
companies, there's always a little bit of intrigue behind it. Like what's
yeah.
going
It's
on here?
a very interesting story, in my opinion, because it's the two rivalry companies.
Well, yeah, it's an
Um,
example of Google shadow banning itself, right? When there's a story that they don't want to get out or that doesn't fit the narrative, they will shadow ban themselves.
oh, that'll make it even worse if they go through and try to shadow ban the story because it's related to them or looks poorly on the company somehow. That doesn't
It
look
always
dirty.
does.
Well, they're just
Nobody
being
wants
fair.
anybody working with them like that constantly in court. Oh, you killed somebody. Quiet, get this quiet. Has anybody figured out who put $12 million in Epstein Island yet?
Oh yeah, didn't he receive some payments way
Yeah,
after death now? He's still getting money into his accounts. People still paying him for something. That's weird.
So,
he got he got like a couple million transferred into his estate accounts. It's kind of bizarre.
And they can't tell where these monies that's the thing with Epstein. Like they act like you can't just show me his bank records, I'll tell you who all the dirty fucks are. Like this isn't all that difficult. Like you should probably want to talk to whoever transferred 12, and that was, what most likely happened was that it was an automatic payment. And he got a certain amount or a percentage every month from something, and that got deposited in there. But if you're doing an investigation on a worldwide child sex trafficking ring, you'd probably want to know where that money's coming from. I bet you he's friends with other child molesters.
they're probably trading bitcoins.
Oh, I'm sure they're into all sorts of dirty shit, but it seems like this would be the ways that you would find out, right? In your
I mean,
investigation.
Here's the thing. If they were trading bitcoins, that's on a public ledger. It's pseudo anonymous. You can trace that back, especially when somebody cashes out. So I mean, that really wouldn't work. So let's
Yeah,
not
it
give
doesn't seem
Bitcoin
like
a bad name there.
No, it just seems like they're not looking very hard, if you know what I mean. Is all
Yeah,
I'm
no, I
saying.
definitely agree with you. If they really wanted to trace down this fucking ring, they would go through the bank records, find out who just sent that fucking millions of dollars, and go arrest them and say, what the fuck are you sending that much money to a fucking child molester for? You know,
Yeah,
like,
in the same way that if you sent $12 million to a well-known drug lord, right? They would want to know, why did you send a well-known drug? Like, look, there, and I give more respect to the drug lord than these assholes, right? But you would ask those kind of questions, like, how come you sent a known criminal $12 million?
Didn't Ghislaine Maxwell supposedly, quote unquote, FBI or seemingly alphabet agencies?
Mossad.
Has that come out yet?
yeah, Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein were both involved with Mossad and CIA. Here's the thing: Jeffrey Epstein helped. What the fuck's his name? The fashion guy. I can't remember his name. He owns Victoria's Secret. Les Wexner. He helped Les Wexner buy First American Air, so they could, use the front company to smuggle drugs and other shit. So.
And they didn't confiscate all of that stuff when he was arrested?
Well, this is back in like the 90s. Like, was it the 90s or was that the 80s? No, I think that was the 80s. That was the 80s. It was in the 90s. We're talking about when Bill Clinton was governor. Like when all that shit was going on with Mena, Arkansas, and Iran Contra. Yeah, that was the 80s. So, Epstein was involved with that. He was involved with the company that was the CIA's front company that was smuggling drugs and guns. What they did, what Ted told me they did was they sold weapons to the Contras for drugs. They took the drugs and then they sold them back out in the streets in America. And then they cycled the money through like a dirty fund type of thing. And some of the money actually ended up back in the BCCI bank.
Well, yeah, it always ends up back in the banks. It's just got to be washed a little bit first.
Right, but BCCI was the CIA bank. It was funded through the CIA director. What the fuck was it? I can't remember off the top of my head now. I got to go look it up.
Well, I'd want to see like Epstein's got that when he was at that royal birthday party for that teenage girl. It was Epstein and Weinstein and Prince Andrew, but he's wearing like a Navy uniform in that, and on the Navy uniform he's got a bunch of medals, and I wonder what those medals are, if they're CIA and clandestine medals.
Well, I'm wondering if that's legitimate. It was just a costume party, because it kind of looked like it was a costume party. So I don't think that we can say anything really about that without definitive proof. It definitely was a costume party because there was other people there that were dressed up.
Well, there was some of the women that were there were dressed up in like their masks, but then all of the other people that were there were wearing their actual uniform, like military uniforms. So I mean, it was kind of a costume party, but it seems like most of the people that were there, the men that were there weren't in, costumes. They were wearing, Weinstein was just wearing a tuxedo. He wasn't wearing anything special. Prince Andrew was, in his military or his, royal uniform with all of his stuff, next to the girls. They weren't, it wasn't like it wasn't a costume party like that. Nobody was wearing a Batman outfit.
Job. I mean,
No. There's several people there that were wearing different masks and stuff like that. I saw all the pictures. Like, that's not only the only picture that was there. There were several. But anyway, going back to what I was saying on BCCI, it was William Casey, CIA director, who set up the bank with the help of Agaha Hassan Abdidi, a close advisor to then General Muhammad Z. Ul Haq of Pakistan. and that general was actually the head of the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, and then they then used the infamous Rose Law Firm with Hillary Clinton to lawyer outfit for both the NSA and BCCI during this time period. And this goes into promise and everything else. But the main point that I was trying to make out is that the money that that First American Air was trafficking in drugs and guns for Iran Contra, that money ended up back into BCCI, and it was cycled in through other black ops programs and other operations during that time period, like Operation Suda Miranda, which was another covert CIA drug running program. And there was also Operation Goldfinger, which came out in the Panama Papers very recently over the past few years. So, they used these illicit funds to fund other illicit activities like drug running and gun running in other states as well. But they also used it for child trafficking, and this is where it gets into links into Epstein, sort of, because the BCCI Bank was linked into Franklin Credit Union, which was owned by Larry King, and they linked the funds from BCCI into the Franklin Union Credit Bank, and that kind of connects Larry King to the intelligence agencies in a sense, because only intelligence agencies were using the BCCI Bank. At the time, it was one of history's dirtiest banks, where they kind of laundered offshore funds all around to different operations, using shell companies to launder this money for covert compartmentalized operations worldwide.
Jesus.
So
That was a mouthful, man.
Yeah, Jesus. Yeah, there's just the amount of dirty money that gets moved around and we accept for some reason is disturbing.
well, the thing is, I know about all this information, so it's like, this is a lot of this stuff is what Ted told me. Some of it is other sources when I was working with them to write up the Promise article. And I still have more information on Promise. I don't know when I'm going to get around to it, but I still have a lot of information on Promise. And just to put this out there, I'm not feeling suicidal. So if anything fucking happens, that's why. Because anybody who looks into this stuff and Promise usually ends up having a fucking accident like Danny Casolaro.
Yeah, I'm not feeling suicidal. I'm not planning on going any hiking adventures and not coming back.
Yeah, I think that is something that goes for all of us, right? Where none of us here are suicidal, so...
No. I like eating insects and weed too much.
What?
Both of those things rock. So yeah.
What did he say? I didn't even hear what he said.
Eating sex and smoking weed too much. I can't drop enough bombs.
AK, is it weird that I actually accidentally heard eating insects instead of eating insects after this
That's what I heard, dude. That's what I heard.
Yeah, we had this whole
Eating
conversation
insects?
for hours.
Nah.
Hey, it's 2020. It's 2020. Whatever. It's a perfectly legitimate form of protein.
Yeah, when
Eat
we
what
did
you
this
want,
discussion
wear what
over
you
like 2
want.
hours, we had like these pictures
Yeah.
of insects.
Before we went live, we were fucking joking around about insects, food, mealworms and shit, and Mark's posting all this shit, and I'm just like, oh my god, man, I want to puke. But fuck yeah, that's what I thought he said. I thought he said I like eating insects. I was like, wait, what?
See, this is some
When I
serious
was-
brainwashing, guys. Serious brainwash.
When I was in
Well,
Thailand,
I
that was
can't drop that
definitely.
bomb.
If anybody asked you how you like your bugs, the answer is deep fried, crispy, and in spicy, spicy sauce. As spicy as
Little
4
venison.
Tiger Paw.
A little venison and steak sauce are good.
Yeah, I want as much spicy sauce as possible.
Yeah, you want as much spicy, so much spicy sauce that you only taste the sauce, right?
Exactly.
That's what I said earlier. I said you might as well just fucking take a bug, put ketchup on it, and call it a.
Nah. See, that's
Like
you'd be
French
making a
fry.
mistake with ketchup. You'd be making a mistake with ketchup. You want the fieriest, hottest, so that you can't think of anything else other than that your mouth is on fire.
Well, I mean, with these, I mean, it's fucking supposed to be like a patty. Like that's what Mark was showing. I was like, oh, it's supposed to be a patty made out of bugs. All right.
Well, like I had said before, and like what they feed them is really important. So if they eat like fruit and good stuff, like they taste like whatever they eat. But like yeah, you'd have to do it in ways that are like acceptable to munch down. I couldn't sit here and eat like giant cockroaches. But I think I said in the last show when we were kids, ants like like our great grandma would grind up. Ants into like this powder. First they would bake them and then they would grind them, because if you don't bake them, then you can get tapeworms and shit. So they bake them and then grind them up into this white powder, and you would put that in flour. And when you would make like your pancakes, or you wouldn't taste it, you couldn't tell that it was in there at all, right? And you eat tons of bugs now, and you can't tell. It's just been processed through your potato chips or whatever you're eating. Once it's processed, you don't know it. Seriously, you eat bugs and rats, and fuck, man, there's more fucking bug and rat in your potato chips than there are actual potatoes. Read the back of it. Like, read the stuff that you're eating.
Read the back of it. I'm pretty sure it's not going to say.
Yeah,
may contain 5% of rust.
All of them say may contain, particulate matter, may contain. They all say they may contain a certain amount of fucking stuff that falls into the grinder. So you eat it anyway. And like, there isn't anything like inherently, bad about eating insects. We just don't do it culturally, really, is the only deal.
Well, I live in the South, and our local nature center does nature trails and walks on state parks. They actually sell suckers that have mealworms, scorpions.
Scorpions. But like
Yeah,
people
man.
will see a bug and think, oh my god, that's disgusting. But then you're eating your meal right next to a lobster tank or a crab tank. Like you're eating next to giant bugs. You just paid $150 to eat a sea bug, right? But if it's on land, it's the most disgusting thing you've ever seen.
Yeah, somebody just posted in the chat saying this is back to Epstein, but somebody said in the chat, AG Barr's dad, who I can't remember off the top of my head right now, what his name is, Donald Barr, I think it is. But he hired Jeffrey Epstein at the Dalton School when Jeffrey Epstein had no experience prior. And the thing is that Donald Barr is actually OSS. Like, he was former OSS. He was involved with the OSS. And then he got his son, Barr, involved in the CIA. And
OSS is the old name for the CIA, right?
Yeah, that's the Office of Strategic Services.
Yeah.
It just like all of these,
Systems.
they'll get a really shitty name eventually, and they just change the name of the agency and call it a new one.
Yeah, I know many listeners who don't know such things, so we have to. You have a lot of insider stuff. Like, you have all these terms.
Yeah, fair enough. No, you're 100% right, and I think we all sometimes will be talking along, and there's things that we've discussed, or that the circles have discussed so much, we sometimes forget. To some people, this is their first exposure to it, right? Until they hear it on the show, they didn't even know about it.
Yeah, but anyway, basically, right. But anyway, basically, Donald Barr hired Jeffrey Epstein to the Dalton Elite Private School to be a teacher, and he had no prior experience. The other thing that's very weird about Jeffrey Epstein is he was on a board for Mind and Brain experiments, like at Harvard. So, what is going on here with Jeffrey Epstein being on all these fucking boards and being involved as a teacher when he didn't have the experience to teach at all? That's a cover. That to me says that's a cover for a CIA agent.
Well, and what did he teach? What did he teach at Harvard?
No, he didn't teach at Harvard. He taught at Dalton.
Oh, at Dalton. What did he teach there?
Math.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird.
He had no prior experience to teach math, and he taught math at Dalton School. And on top of that, like I said, he was involved later on in life. He was on a board for Harvard Mind and Brain Research. Why? Here's the other thing about Jeffrey Epstein. He had books that he ordered that were in regards to sexual slavery books. Not only just BDSM books, but also literally sexual servitude books, and brainwashing, kind of MK Ultra type books, for brainwashing slaves, sex slaves. So, why was somebody like that on a board at Harvard on the Mind and Brain board? It's a real big red flag, in my opinion, that he was on that type of a committee, because he was involved with child trafficking, and also he was involved with brainwashing, as the books show. He also had a dentist chair in his it was either in his Florida house or on his island. He had a dentist chair that had straps on it, that we have been putting out since the pictures kind of leaked on it. So, I mean, what was going on with that dentist chair? There's all sorts of
good.
Right, nothing good. Like with Nexium, you know what they did with Nexium? There was a doctor who literally strapped people to a chair and forced them to watch disembowelment videos, because they were doing an experiment on them to kind of see what their fear level would attune to. Basically, what they do, and did years ago with the CIA, they were interested in trauma-based research and mind control. It was MK Naomi, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it was MK Naomi. But anyway,
mind control.
Yeah. So, the fact that Nexium did that, it means that Jeffrey Epstein could have been involved in the same shit, because number one, he knew the head of Nexium. What was his fucking name? Who was the woman for Nexium? Her father is who he knew. He's actually, yeah. What was the actress?
Hmm.
The thing is, I forget these people's fucking names all the time. There's too many people, to the point where you can't remember them.
Well, there's the Bronfman family.
Bronfman. Thank you, Bronfman.
Yeah, there you go. Then there's the actress who was the courier.
Keith Rainier.
Yeah. But the Bronfman family was involved with Nexium, and the Bronfman dad is actually in Jeffrey Epstein's book, Circled. Last I checked,
Edgar Bronfman Sr.
Yeah, something like that. But anyway, he's in Epstein's book, Circled, and the butler said that anybody who was in that book was involved in some type of way.
But I'd imagine that everybody that's in his black book, everybody that's in his black book is involved in some way, and you can go through the book and see quite clearly who they are. Right? Bill Cosby's in fucking Epstein's book. Fucking the Joy Behar, lady from the View that dressed down Feld, right? She was a big misinformation. She was constantly denying it, even though she's like on the phone with fucking Jeffrey Epstein, and yet would like come on national TV and destroy anybody that said anything about child molestation in Hollywood. But you can go down the line. Come on, what was the guy from A Beautiful Mind? That just recently, he was, got caught up in sex scandals with young men that he was working with. Oh, come on.
Kevin Spacey?
Yeah, Kevin Spacey. He was in the book. Like, you can go down and all of these people, you can see where they're connected, and, they all come up on the same things over and over again, and yet for some reason, law enforcement just can't seem to connect the dots. Like, everybody in this list is in trouble for sex, for sex crimes in some way. You think you might want to look into those names?
There's a website, 8 Crazy Nights or something like that. It's like a Hollywood blog. There was a post that they did. It was an ominous post. The post that they're actually talking about, they're talking about Kevin Spacey and Woody Allen, I think.
Yeah, I mean, of course, and that's something that blows my mind. Is
but
you still can't come out and say Woody Allen is a fucking child molester? It's crazy.
Well, Woody Allen was already involved in child molestation, wasn't he?
Well, I mean, he married his fucking daughter. He married.
Yeah, I thought.
Like, come on.
Right, I thought. Yeah, right. But the thing is that the blog said that they took a rowboat and they rowed their boat to Epstein's Island because they didn't want to get caught on a plane.
Oh, that would be the worst. Like, rowing a boat all the way there knowing that you're going to be molested by fucking Woody Allen. That is just the worst.
Yeah, that's a long paddle. That's like, what, 40 or 50 miles? I don't think you do that, man. Just take a boat, man. It's charter. It's not that expensive.
I'd get lost. I swear to God, I'd get lost.
Oh, but you're trying not to get tracked, though.
I'm trying not to end up on fucking Epstein Island is what I'm trying to do.
The thing is, though, there's a closer fucking island there, so they might have just went to that island and then rowed a boat to Epstein's Island. Like there's several islands out there. It's not only Epstein's Island.
Yeah, when you see like 8, 10-year-olds get off of a helicopter behind fucking Woody Allen, you know nothing good is going on here, right? You should have alerted someone immediately. We were just going to walk around the island and see the sights. I was just here with little Sungji. We were going to hold hands in the mountains.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though. It's like stuff like that. But I mean, the source
like stuff like that. You didn't notice Woody Allen walking through an airport with a bunch of little kids.
I mean, it's not even Woody Allen that was doing that. It was Epstein walking through a fucking airport with little kids. I mean, it should have been obvious.
Woody Allen is one of those people that, like, every single female actress that's worked with him, every single person that's worked with him, like, everyone that's had contact with him has said that he's a child molester, except for the media. Like, he's walking around with his underage daughter that he married as soon as she turned, like, 17 or some shit like that, and everybody just kind of ignores it. All good.
I'm going to use the Dershowitz defense from now on that I was still in my underwear. Apparently that absolves.
Oh, yeah. Which is the only... So, just for our listeners, so what, Alan Dershowitz, isn't it? Isn't it first name Alan? I don't know. This guy's a super piece of shit. He was Trump's defense here. So this guy was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, got him off of fucking, of prosecution. And then immediately, we're not talking like, doesn't like go take a shower, doesn't fucking high five anybody. He goes immediately from the courtroom to Epstein's apartment to get his... a complimentary free massage from an underage kid? I don't understand how that's like what to do. And then in an interview, when he's getting it, he's like, well, I didn't go down and check exactly if they were 18 or not, but I kept my underwear on. What the fuck? The only person that says something like that is someone that did not keep their underwear on. Like, that is a weird thing to say.
That's about all you could come up with at that point, right? I mean, I'll give him credit for that. It's like your last defense.
Oh, that was...
Also, how he got Epstein off the prosecution is that he said that Epstein would rat out Bear Stern execs for insider trading that took place when Epstein was at Bear Stearns. So,
Oh, and that was when all those Bear Stearns execs
yeah,
went to prison, right?
yeah.
There's
Well, you
no
have to have
Bear
your
Stearns
priorities.
execs that went to fucking prison.
When you're a scumbag.
No, yeah, there was. There was two Bear Stern execs who went to prison.
For insider trading?
Yeah. The thing is, it's so absolutely insane that the government or anybody could get the government to agree to saying that, let's trade sex crimes for Bear Stearns. It's so much bullshit.
Yeah,
Like,
that's bullshit.
Yeah, those two crimes don't seem like equal. If he says, "I'll tell you
right?
the names of Bear Stearns," I'd be like, "That's fine. I'm good. This is."
No, yeah,
I don't
and
even
let's
give
be
it. They
yeah,
stole
let's
from
be
rich people.
serious.
I don't give
Years
a
ago,
fuck.
it wouldn't matter who you are. You're all going down. We're not going to swap nothing. You're all going to go to jail.
Well, that's
Well,
how it
even
should have been.
I'm a bastard. I'd pretty much be like, "Oh yeah, we'll totally do that." And then when he gives me the names of the Bear Stearns execs and all of that shit, I'm still sending you to prison for molesting children.
But the thing is that that's how they brokered that deal for Epstein to go to prison, like fucking, what was it, 12 hours a day, and then fucking
Yeah, just continue
he
what he
he
was
was
doing.
allowed to leave, go to work, and it comes out now years later that when he was out on release, he was still molesting kids. Like,
Well, and what does that mean, go to work? Because nobody can give me like a clear answer of what he does.
You make phone calls, you make deals, and you line up little kids with important people. Come on, man.
Yeah, just nobody's been able to
clearly, that's
like.
what he was doing.
Yeah,
And
obviously.
I think he was. I also think he was somehow involved in the child pornography industry, but I don't have definitive
Don't
proof
you
on it. But I do
don't you
have.
pimp out little kids? Don't you have a gig like that
Yeah.
going too?
Well, the thing is, he was caught recording. Like, there's a witness who said that he was caught recording underage girls with underage girls without any other blackmailable official present. Right. So that tells me either he was recording child pornography for himself or he was recording it for other people. And the type of person he was, it kind of says he was probably selling it too.
Yeah, I'd almost guarantee it. I mean,
Right.
almost
I would
guarantee it.
almost guarantee it too, for sure.
Well, you got extended boundaries, so you'd probably do anything.
Yeah, right. And that's why I said that, if they ever go fucking digging on Epstein Island, I bet they'll find skeletons. Because there was also the whole thing about how somebody pointed out that there was cases where there was several women or girls who went onto a plane and then they didn't come back on the flight ledger, but they're on the flight ledger for going to the island. So where the fuck did they go?
Oh, like they're scrubbing that because we saw the agents hit the island already. They're scrubbing that island from head to toe to make sure that no evidence ever comes out of that place.
Well, they better
Take
fucking
a lot
go
of ancient
digging.
pneumonia.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, that's what they've been doing there. That's like they're not coming up with evidence. They're not dismantling this ring. So I mean, the only thing that they could be doing there is finding evidence and then making sure it's never, and making sure it's destroyed.
Well, there was news. There was news this week that a prosecutor in the U.S. accused the Duke of York, Andrew, of being at Epstein's island and molesting other girls on his balcony. So
Yeah, I believe it. And that picture of him like hiding behind Epstein's door, like
yeah, it's fucking
the look on his face is like is stomach churning because he has like the look of evil, but he's so like childlike excited about it. He's excited about molesting children, and he's got that "ooh, you caught me" like look on his face where, man, you should be facing the guillotine. And I hate that like that everybody calls him the Duke of York. I fucking hate that. Cause you're shit. You're not royalty. You're not anything. You're just a fucking monkey. Like a rapist on top of it. But yet everybody gives them such, oh, the royal this, the royal that. You're just a fucking child molester, man. Like no title needed. And it seems like it may be a genetic disorder. So, you know what I mean? Like that title from the line of
Yeah, right. It does seem like it'll be a genetic disorder when you have like Jimmy Savile with fucking Prince Charles, like as friends hanging out. You know, like it's so fucking obvious now at this point. You know, they need to
Well, it goes
stop
back
trying
to
to
like
fucking hide it.
Lewis Carroll, who was like with Alice in Wonderland, right? He was already close with the British royal family.
yeah.
That is like, what is
And
that, like
it's
200
I
years ago?
ask like this question every time we get in this, like royal for what? Like what makes you from like a royal line? Like I don't understand that whole line of thinking. Now that we know that it's bullshit, right? You weren't put there by God. You just murdered a bunch of people.
Well,
Right?
you
Like
know,
now that we know that, what is your position? Why are you allowed this, above the law status?
because well, you have a nation of fools that'll follow you. That's why.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, Mark.
That's the only way that happens.
For our listeners, try to just explain Lewis Carroll and how he was a pedophile and everything, just so everybody knows, because that's a very important point. Because he was one of the first royalty linked people in well, one of the first. I mean, not the first, but one of the first that was linked to pedophilia within royalty. So,
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean pedophilia
Mark,
in royal circles, in the clergy and the priest, in the priesthood, when that had a lot more, it still has a lot of power, but it used to have a lot more power with it, is a historical problem. What changed was the people's perspective of it, where we weren't allowing it anymore. But even in the way that we look at historical figures, we kind of put ourselves, oh, well, they used to get married younger back then. Well, no, not actually. They didn't. Most women didn't get married till 18. Now, the royals, they like to pick theirs up at 12. Right, so that became a real, like, now even in our culture we see, oh well, everybody back then picked up their wives crazy young, and that's not the case at all, but the royals did. So now we see it as that's the way that history is written, and it's not true, and that sickness is continued in their lines to the present day.
Okay, so let me explain about Lewis Carroll, like you asked. Okay. Uh, yeah. Okay. So Lewis Carroll, he wrote Alice in Wonderland, right? Like in the 19th century. But so he had this photography studio, right? And he was like making like he took like yeah, self portraits and portraits of like celebrities and stuff. But the photographs of children, they actually like dominate his works. And then there is this picture of this girl called Lorena Lydell, and she is photographed nude by him, and she was underage. He made this nude photography of her, this Lewis Carroll, and he was actually in love with her, they say he was actually in love with her little sister Alice Lydell, right? And hence why it is Alice in Wonderland. That's what how the name of that whole book is. The thing is, his pictures and his works are, yeah, you can find them in like the royal, the royal locations, like the palaces, and it's always been said that he was very, very close with the British royal family. And
Well, some of those pictures with him and Alice, the younger sister, right? I mean, he's like openly kissing her in in
yeah,
these pictures.
yeah, he's openly kissing her. Yeah, yeah. And but the picture, you can find these pictures easily. But there are actual nude pictures, like serious nude pictures of her older sister, who was also underage. So
Yeah, I think it was 11 at the time.
Yeah. And in regards to that, Playboy also, before it was outlawed, they actually had a underage magazine where they printed in a sister magazine underage children naked, and there was all sorts of controversy around this at the time, but it wasn't seen as child pornography until years later, and then they kind of distanced from the magazine and acted like it never existed. But there was like I said, there was a Playboy magazine. There's a sister magazine, not actually Playboy, but there was a sister magazine under the same brand as Playboy, where they were doing this. And there's a woman, I can't remember her name, famous actress, um, where she was photographed when she was like 14, um, fully nude, and it's like a spread photo for this magazine. And they did it multiple times, not only just with this one woman. And that's Hugh Hefner and that whole entire pornography industry. So I mean, they all the elites were very heavily involved with child pornography.
yeah, and
Yeah, and I
Lewis Carroll
yeah,
himself descended also from King Edward III of England. I had to confirm it real quick because the connection with the royal family. I read it in another article before, but I couldn't really remember how well they were connected. But
and
I read now on WikiBooks. It is Lewis. He descends from King Edward III of England directly.
that's not his real name, right? Like he does have like it's easier to connect him when I don't remember what his last name is, but that's not his real name.
No, that is true. His real name is Charles Ludwig Dot Dodgson.
Yeah,
So, and the Ludwig connection
yeah.
is the royal connection because
Right.
he descends from Francis Ludwig, Charles Ludwig. I'm looking at the lineage, and that connects later back to Joanne de Beaufort and John of Gaunt, the Duke of Lancaster, and then back to Edward III. So there is direct descendants. Yeah.
They hate their real names being used. It's like calling a demon.
Seems legitimate, doesn't it?
Oh
Well,
yeah.
because the royal family, like they get all upset if you use their real last name as well.
Yeah. Well, they are. Yeah, for some reason, it's like it's always returns in these royal families, right? The whole child molestation thing, and that is, yeah, very strange. Like,
Brooke Shields was the name of the girl who was in Playboy's um, sister magazine.
Like the actress Brooke Shields.
Yes,
Wow.
yeah, but
and she was also in a pedophile film named Pretty Baby, directed by Lewis Malley. And in the film, she plays an 11-year-old child prostitute. Like,
Wow,
this
what
is
the
how blatant. This is how blatant this shit is in fucking um in Hollywood. Like, people don't realize this. Oh shit. Okay, so I just wanted to correct myself when I said she was 14. No, actually she was 10 years old.
wow.
And the magazine was actually called Sugar and Spice.
What the fuck? Like this exists. This then I feel like I'm in an alternate reality when I hear this shit. Like what?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Playboy up until 1975. No, wait. No. No, the picture was actually taken in 1975. I don't know when they stopped printing child pornography. I have no idea.
My bet is they never stop.
Well,
Yeah,
what do you think they did? Like a private fucking magazine for elitists? Like, I mean, I guess
Sure.
they could have,
yeah,
but
yeah, I definitely. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. And like, I didn't know a lot about Hugh Hefner until after he died. Just kind of like the the media portrayal of him, which is the problem with a lot of these guys is they have control of the media, so they're able to spin their personas however they like. I didn't realize he was such a horrible person until like way after after the fact, looking to some other stuff. But yeah, like Hugh Hefner was a really horrible person, so I would not be surprised that they just had certain magazines that they only spread to the elite.
yeah. Well, this was part of Sugar and Spice, and actually, the first name of the magazine before it was Sugar and Spice was actually called Little Women.
Oh, it gets worse than Sugar and Spice. Holy fuck.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
making a connection here. Sugarland Gang,
Pretty fucking
Sugar and
bad.
Spice.
Western magazine. But Little Women, wow, you top that. Holy fuck.
Yeah, you have to write some details next to that, because you have to know that in many areas of the world, like in the Netherlands, the age of consent up to 2002 was 12 years old. The age of consent in Russia was during the Soviet Union was also 12. Now, the Soviet Union actually, when it collapsed, raised the bar to 18 because they wanted to be more like the West. But there were several countries, including the Netherlands, where the age of consent, which is now 16 by the way, but was back then 12.
right. Yeah. But they were printing fucking pictures of like 10-year-olds,
Yeah,
fucking
that's
nude.
sick, of
Like,
course. But I want to say like,
yeah.
yeah. So the
I just wanted to say that.
yeah.
Well,
So
when I say, I mean, some into Western Europe, I think Germany is still like 14.
yeah, but in Canada it's also 14. I read. So it is. It differs per country, and these elite people who are consider themselves global citizens, right? They are like they're usually entrepreneurs, and they own like multi-billion-dollar businesses. They travel all over the world, right? And they go especially to these countries where there is so, and they
Yeah, but
yeah.
So I just
with
wanted.
the world that I'm in, I'm never attracted to children.
So I just want to give you some more information on this Brooke
Ariel.
Shields photo.
Yeah, like
In night,
that's the point to make as well. It's not it's not just you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter which geographic location I'm in, right? Weird naked pictures of 10-year-olds is fucking weird no matter where you're at.
These people are mentally ill, but with a lot of money. So yeah.
Yeah.
right? And this is what I want to show. Like, based off of more information, in 1981, Brooke Shields attempted to prevent further use of the photographs, but a U.S. court ruled that she was bound by the terms of the contract, and more surprisingly, that the images did not breach child pornography laws. This was in 1981, they ruled that. In 1992, an American artist, Richard Prince, um, purchased the pictures, and he recreated the pictures and called it Spiritual America.
What the fuck? So, like, in any other situation, if I sell a 14-year-old a car, right, and they don't want it, right, it's you can't make a contract with somebody that's underage at all. So to
No, you
say
can't.
that you signed a contract when you were 10 for child pornography, so you can't have them taken.
Oh, it gets better, and this is where I remembered the.
They just keep on raising the fucking bar with this shit.
This is it gets better with Brooke Shields. This is like a lot more. Wait do you hear this? In addition to Shields being exploited in the Pretty Baby movies, she was also appeared in a nude for and had further exploited by Calvin Klein jeans in a 1980s commercial. When she was 14, she makes a controversial, provocative reference to not wearing any underwear with her legs spread while whistling. You want to know what comes between me and my Calvins? Nothing, she says in the commercial. And she's 14 years old doing this commercial.
It's an illegal contract.
Yeah, but perhaps the parents they sign for this kind of stuff, right? They do this.
Yeah. I'm about to get to that
They
about
pretty
her.
much sell their children to these elite guys. So honestly, like being from Amsterdam region, I know like the red light district, and I think that I consider even these girls of like 18, 19, they are even like children to me still. So I even think that should be raised to like 21, for example. So the thought that these people are like abusing children on such a large scale is one of the most sickest things ever.
Be moral. And don't
So
let
here's some
nobody 30
statistics.
years younger or older.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, dude.
I was just saying, be moral about yourself. I mean, don't think nobody 3 years older or much more than 3 years older or younger.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in some regards to that, yeah, I agree. But I mean, when you hit like in your late 20s, early 30s, I mean, as long as you're not dating a 19-year-old, I think it's
Yeah, get like a 5, 10 year range. Then
all right. So
you
here's
don't
some.
want to date nobody 20 and be 40 or 50.
Oh well, yeah. Well, yeah, I think that would be weird. Okay, so here's some statistics for you. Okay, according to Judith Reisman, 1 year Playboy published a total of 39% of nude images of children in its adult magazine. Let that sink in. Like, wow.
Yeah.
Another publication of Playboy was Eva Lonsko. Okay, she was a victim like Shields. At 11, she became one of the youngest models to ever appear in a Playboy magazine. In one of the images, it depicted her laying face down naked with a doll on Disney sheets, and it was captioned "Baby doll." It's easy to feel paternalistically toward the cuddly type above. Naturally, she digs forcefully father figures, so come on strong, Big Daddy. That's a quote. So that's just to show you how fucked up Playboy is. Another fun fact for you about Hugh Hefner is Hefner was known to like to see women suffer. So he was a sadistic fuck.
Well, some would argue he actually fought for like liberation. Others would argue that he pretty much made the female body like a commodity. So like something to sell, like to traffic or whatever, right? So it's
Well,
personal
according to his valet, he liked to see women suffer. He would hire men with extremely large penises and watch them have sex with different girls, just so he could sit there and watch, smoking a joint and eating his red licorice, watching as the girls were in pain, according to his valet who kind of drove him around.
They probably weren't complaining. I mean, I tried to sound messed up, but shit.
Well, according to this, he says that I had to go into the room afterwards, and if the girls couldn't walk, I would have to escort them to their bedrooms so they could recuperate. Hef sometimes gave bonuses to the women because the sex acts were so painful. So, I mean,
Yeah,
and that's not the only person to say that either.
But were these women actually slaves, or did they do this voluntarily, like for a lot of money? If they do it for a lot of money and they volunteer for this kind of stuff, yeah, it's a different story than forcing children to have sex with you. Like, yeah.
Lauren, okay, there's another one. Lauren Crossan, an activist and sex industry survivor who runs a safe house for women escaping prostitution in the United States, said the following to ABC about Hugh Hefner. Hef asked me if you're a photographer, if his photographer could take a picture of my vagina for his private collection. in front of a room of people, all seeming to laugh at my uncomfortable stutter. I was only 16 at the time. I was scared and felt so pressured.
Okay.
So that kind of just shows, like, that's just kind of background information on Playboy to show how, demented it is. Like,
Yeah.
they
Well,
were deliberately involved in erotic citation. Oh my god, I can't speak. You know what I mean? Of children, like,
if he says like for his private collection, it just confirms again that he just considers them as like commodities. But the danger there is that there are also many women who say like, we want this whole sexual freedom thing, and we want to like show our bodies, like, oh, they want to walk nude on the streets. Like there are these women who say like, why is it allowed for men to walk on the street with like a naked chest, but why is it weird when women do this, right? You have these women too.
Yeah, but there's such a huge difference between the two. That's kind of it does get into to they like to blur the lines between the two to take advantage of it, right? So when you are trying to talk about you're molesting children, right, they've moved the bar over to, you know what I mean, women's freedom of expression, where in actuality those two things are not connected.
No, they're of course not connected. But I mean the entire concept of Playboy, right? If you think about that, then you have
Well,
two sides of the story, of
there's
course.
yeah, and there's going to be
Yeah.
people. I think that, like, I guess a lot of the people whose experience with Hustler was completely different than that. Even though you would have expected that to be the more like harder work environment or whatever. But there's people that are going to be fine with their nudity and want to express themselves through their nudity and the beauty of the human body and all of that. There's people that are happy with that being used for sexual gratification. There's also people that don't want it. Just because I want to walk around with my shirt off doesn't mean that everybody wants to walk around with their shirt off, right? There's certain things that we can't put. There's certain women that are going to be extremely uncomfortable with being topless. There's other women that don't give a fuck, right? Those two things don't, there's definitely a variety, you know what I mean, of people on that scale. There's some people that would be fine, completely fine in the smallest thong that you can imagine, but then completely nude seems, they cover themselves. It doesn't make any sense, but there it is.
Yeah.
Where you even get into it, right? If somebody walks into somewhere in a bathing suit, it's fine. If somebody walks into somewhere in their underwear, which is basically the exact same thing, right? It's lewd. It's I don't understand any of that. But I think it's important that we never blur those two lines, and I think they go out of their way to blur those two lines. You start talking about child molestation, and they start talking, and they with you know what I mean, the drug addict or prostitute that they busted last week, right? Where those two things don't have anything to do with each other. And you see in like the prosecution of children that get caught in prostitution rings, right? They treat them as prostitutes, not as abused children. Right? They charge them, they put them in jail, they abuse them. When you caught a 14-year-old, right, being molested by an adult, why did you not charge them? Why did you charge them with a crime? Like, obviously there's some bad shit going on here, but they don't even look at it like that. And that's in like the real system.
Yeah, but
A lot of it was hidden in anti-bully laws as well, which I think was mistakenly put there.
yeah, but you see, the thing is, like the example AK just gave, I was actually kind of like replying to that said that this 16-year-old girl, right? And Hugh Havner goes to this girl and says, "Can I take like can my photographer take like a picture of your pussy for my private collection?" But she's 16, and that makes her 16. That is the age of consent, right? So they will argue that no, this girl is like that side of the story will argue like no, this girl is boss over her own body. She can do what she wants. For example.
Well, yeah, and she come out on top, but I mean, in all actuality, she was in a room with what, 10 grown men, right? And a guy with
Yeah.
a camera right, says, "Hey, I want to take a picture of your pussy." That is a rough situation to be in.
Yeah, of course. But that's not what these people will say. His defenders, right? They will not
Yeah.
talk about
So I
that.
mean, these guys weren't, you know what I mean, weren't even someone that, you would consider peers, right? These are old, like 40, 50-year-old guys,
Yeah,
standing
yeah.
over a 50-year-old girl like that. That's weird. That's weird.
The thing is, like, there was probably women there too, and that's the thing. Like, you got to understand. And I've actually talked to a former Playboy bunny, where she said that many times that when there was adult parties, she was asked to bring her niece, and she thought that was fucking weird. And eventually, she got out of it and said, like, I don't want to be involved in this anymore because I keep getting asked by random producers that bring my niece to an adult party, and she was like, that's not something that I want to be involved with.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say who that is, but I have talked to a former Playboy bunny who said that before, and I was like, wow. I was like, if you ever said that like on national TV, that would fucking kill the Playboy brand instantly. That saying that there was people involved, um, producers that kind of invited your niece to private parties like that. That's insane.
Well, and they use female talent agencies and modeling agencies as groomers, recruiting agencies.
Right.
So they're literally going through hundreds you know of kids and find the most vulnerable out of them. That's their job.
Yeah. See, there we have a possible powerful connection again because then we're also talking about model agencies where like people like Epstein had like control over, right? And yeah.
Well, Casablanca is also Trump's friend. John Casablancas, who owned a modeling agency named Elite, was also caught trafficking young girls. You got to understand using the modeling agency for trafficking has been going on for years. It's not just Epstein with his E equals MC squared. Like it's other agencies too. And there's a Turkish guy, I can't remember his fucking name off the top of my head, but he's a friend with Trump, and he was involved heavily in trafficking within the modeling agency. I just can't remember his name off the top of my head. You got to understand, most of these people were probably fucking connected because Epstein knew Trump. I could guarantee Epstein probably knew Casablancas. Um, and yeah, it's a real sick, fucked up network that they had going. And there's actually allegations about Trump being involved with a modeling agency that was doing this, but I haven't been able to like confirm the claims or find anybody else who was saying it. But there was an article that CBC wrote where a woman came out and she said that Trump was involved in trafficking through the modeling agency that he had.
And about you Hefner, real quick. You ever read about that part of him being involved with Bill Cosby?
Yeah.
I know he was in the black book.
Yeah, so there was that lady who accused Bill Cosby, and she said she woke up in a bedroom at the Playboy Mansion in 2008. She said, and then when she regained consciousness, she realized that Bill Cosby had one of her toes in his mouth. So he was there in the Playboy Mansion.
Oh my god, that has to be the creepiest mental image I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think it would have been creepier if she didn't have the toe still attached.
Would it though? Would it though? I don't like that. Just is I cannot think of a more nightmarish situation than what you described right there. Waking up in Playboy Mansion like you've been fucking drugged. Waking up in the Playboy Mansion with Bill Cosby's toe in your.
Well, yeah, that would be worse. That would be worse. Yeah, yeah, that would you got it. That would be worse.
Probably sucking on toes of somebody right now.
Oh my god, that is just like insane, and that these things come out for so long, and you still can't get the media to call Bill Cosby a fucking rapist. You still can't. You still can't. They call him actor and this and that, and they do all these like word gymnastics to try to call him anything but
Disgraced actor. Yeah, that's what they say.
yeah. I
Disgraced actor.
heard a recent story that was an Epstein story, and yeah, they put disgraced entrepreneur, I think is what they called him.
It seems that
Yeah.
that there are even more Playboy models accusing Cosby and Hafner both. Like, this is
Right.
very weird.
Yeah, they were both involved. Okay,
Yeah.
so I know a little bit of information about this. I'm not going to say how, but the same person that Hefner used to drug people is the same person that Cosby uses or
Yeah, well,
used.
there is this Playboy star, uh, PJ Maston, and she said that she met Cosby when she worked as a bunny manager at the Playboy Club in Chicago, and he drugged and raped her, she claims. And when she told her
Yeah.
supervisor at the Playboy Club the next day, she was told, "You do know that that's Hafner's best friend, right? No one's going to believe you."
Well, yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. Hefner and Bill Cosby were like best friends, and that's true. And the other people that were involved in drugging women and raping them, besides Bill Cosby and Hugh Hefner. But the person who sold them the drugs, and I can't remember what the fuck they're called off the top of my head. It's like a date rape drug, but I can't remember what Quaaludes. The person who sold the Quaaludes to um, Bill Cosby and Hugh Hefner is a pretty well known person. No, a pretty well known person within Hollywood. That if I dropped the name, you would be like, oh,
It just seems like, all right, take this Rohypnol. You guys have fun, boys. Like, what the fuck?
yeah. The person's actually been. If you look up, okay, if you look into the media reports on this, you can find the person's name. Eventually, after digging, there's been accusations about the person, and I can tell you the accusations are 100% true. Um, that this person does sell Quaalude drugs to stars, um, to allow them to do shit like this.
There was
But
no need for a name.
Yeah.
No need for a name. I mean,
Well, I do drop names here and there, but this person is dangerous, and I'm not gonna drop.
Oh no, we might not, guys. If we say too much, we may never work in the entertainment industry.
Let's live dangerous.
I don't know. At a certain point, like, we piss so many people off on this show. Like, how many different groups, like the Hollywood guys, are going to have to like step over the CIA guys, that are going to have to step over the NSA guys, that are going to have to step over Tiger Swan. Like, form a orderly line.
Yeah, but regardless to that fact, I'm not saying the name.
Wants us dead at this point as well. Oh.
uh-oh.
I heard a mic drop.
Oh
This
shit!
really
There goes.
dropped out. You can't say that things related to that. He literally dropped out. Okay. He'll be back. I don't know, but
Yeah. I told you that Sugar and Spice magazine was fucking real. Like everybody reported on it. Washington Post, fucking The Guardian, like all these tons of mainstream media websites have actually reported on that magazine existing. It's so fucking buried, that like if you search for like Playboy, right, you don't get that magazine. You get fucking Playboy. It's buried with SEO.
No, it's not. I found it.
Well,
Should
yeah,
have
you.
sent-
You found it because you looked up the name Sugar and Spice,
or you
not
got to
Playboy.
plug in keywords just right. I mean, she even looks grown in the photo. I'm glad it's all censored. Like I feel like taking a shower now.
The thing is, this network is so large, and it is so many people are involved. It is like it's just like almost too hard to understand. And the thing is, it is so big that people can't even imagine it. It's too big to imagine.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. Like these networks are integrated with each other all over Hollywood and all throughout Europe, and all throughout the U.S. and
Have them catch fire walking down the road.
especially within the third world countries. The third world countries is where they usually traffic the most because in third world countries, some of these countries they don't have um, very good records on kids that are born, so they're able to. These people are able to go into a country and kidnap a child. So that does happen.
Well, I mean, Cambodia, man. Like
Right.
I have seen a nightmare like Cambodia, and I mean, I didn't think that world existed like that, right? The sex trade across Southeast Asia is pretty open, but the sex trade in Cambodia specifically is all children. And I mean, you saw grown ass men, 40, 50 years old walking around with an 11-year-old, and they've paid off the government officials, they've paid off the police. It's part of the tourism there. And I mean, these are
Is that
doctors and
blue helmet?
come from all over the world to molest kids. And I mean, they're eating dinner with them and going out to nightclubs. It's a fucking nightmare. And a lot of these kids are stolen from other places in Asia, in Africa, and Eastern.
Yeah, Eastern Europe is a big one too.
It's a lot of blue helmets doing it, though, isn't it? The UN,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
peacekeepers.
I'd say they are definitely a part of it. I'd say they definitely are a part of it.
The
I
UN
mean,
was
some of
caught. There was a case a few years ago where the UN was caught filming child porn. Not the UN itself, right? But I'm saying like an organization within the UN was caught filming child porn. Um, so yeah,
and I mean, they
and that's an
film a
AP
lot
article. You can look that shit up. It's like
on the dark net. I
investigation.
mean, they film a lot of I mean, they're not snuff films in the conventional memes, right? But they're posting people that they've killed, murders that they're recording it and posting it online. So I mean, they're not, like I said, it's not the conventional snuff film, but they're pretty much doing the same thing. It's death porn, and they're really big into that. They'll smuggle.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why they go for these kids in countries where there's no birth records, is because they can make them vanish very easily. They can rape them and then kill them, and that's like the reality of the situation of what goes on. And these snuff films online on the dark web, right? They're real. Um, a lot of people who've hunted pedophiles have made the unfortunate choice, or I don't know if I'll say unfortunate choice, made the what do I want to say here? Have run across these videos online, and have been traumatized by them. Because most people, if you fucking see something like that, and I'm not saying watch the whole fucking video, but I'm saying like a preview of it, fucking stumbling onto a dark website, or if you're hunting pedophiles, But the thing is, most people who've stumbled onto that, these videos are real. They literally do kill children for entertainment value. There was
3 months
also
is normally
there was also a elite pedophile named Peter Scully who was locked up. He was one of the most sickest fucks. He's also not he's not the only sickest fuck out there. He ran a pedophile production company named No Limits Fun, and that No Limits Fun produced a lot of fucking sick videos where they would actually rape the kids and then kill them at the end of the video, and have them dig their own graves throughout between the end of the film.
Yeah, like just in people that we've worked with, even the guys that are like hardcore law enforcement, they came out of detectives. These are grizzled cops that want to fucking, get in and do something about pedophilia. 3 months. They normally last about 3 months, and then they have complete and utter mental breakdown. That just you watch, and I mean, it destroys your soul.
It does. Here's the thing. I hunted pedophiles for years. And I saw a video. No, it wasn't a video. I saw pictures in a email. We were hunting a priest in Argentina. I've told this story before. And the pictures that I saw were literally dismembered bodies, and I was just like, oh my god. I was like, what the fuck? Like, seeing that shit, it literally changes your fucking perspective on life, and it makes you really numb. Like, like I can't do that anymore. I can't go after pedophiles anymore because of stumbling on shit like that. It's just
And they'll be running schools too, won't they? I think I was seeing some of that as well. They'll run schools just for it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But in this case, the priest was using the church in Argentina to pitch these children to other pedophiles, and it was like necrophilia. It was fucking like, I was just like completely blown away by what was in these emails in Yahoo. This was on fucking Yahoo email. It wasn't fucking dark web email. It wasn't fucking encrypted email. It was Yahoo email years ago. Fuck if I remember, like 2011, 12, something like that. I don't remember, but it was around years ago. They should have been able to catch that shit. It shouldn't have. None of that should have ever went on Yahoo.
But Scott is right too. You can find that stuff on Twitter too. Still, it happens on Twitter too. Just saying.
Of course, you can find this shit all over the place, but it's like, you're not supposed to go out seeking for it because it's a literal fucking crime. Number one. Number two, if you are hunting pedophiles, the way to do it is to use a USB operating system, and use that USB operating system to do all your work on it, because after you're done your work, right, you have to get rid of that fucking USB drive, because you're literally holding on to child pornography. Like, it's cached on your system. It's cached on your USB drive. So if you cache that on your hard drive, you're fucked. Like, there's been cases of Anon hunters who've been arrested for like normal just hacking things, and then all of a sudden they have fucking child pornography on their computer because they forgot, oh, I was hunting pedophiles on my hard drive. Yeah, you don't do that shit. Like, that's how you fucking put yourself on a child endangerment list. Like, you don't do that shit.
And those pedos will upload stuff while you're hunting on their sites as well. They'll catch you and put it right up there for you.
That's another thing. Yeah, if you're hunting pedophiles and you're not using a fucking VPN and you don't know what the fuck you're doing, stop.
Don't do it.
You're literally endangering yourself. Yeah. Okay,
like they're dangerous people on top of it.
Some of these websites are ran by mafia people.
Yeah, and all that equation.
A lot of A lot of these websites are ran by mafia people. Some of them are ran by gangs. A lot of these dark web websites, you don't know who the fuck's running it. You know, if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, don't do anything because you're literally endangering yourself.
Yeah,
Like,
and around you as well.
yeah.
Um, I know we kind of gotta go on to some coronavirus stuff eventually here.
Yeah, it's better to get off of that topic for sure. But I just wanted to say that, like, if you don't know what the fuck you're doing, public service announcement, don't fucking do anything
Yeah.
because you're literally go go back to fucking learning before you try to put yourself
Don't
out there.
get your family killed.
Yeah, for real. Like, yeah, it's like if you don't know how to fucking protect your IP, if you don't know how to not only just protect your IP to make sure that your DNS isn't leaking, to make sure your browser ID isn't fucking leaking to this website that you're connecting to. There's all sorts of fucking things that you have to make sure that you're not leaking from your own computer, so you can't be traced. Because if you get fucking
Cookies.
traced, guess what? You're fucked. You are fucked
Well, these are
because you
professional
don't know.
criminals, these guys. So of course.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
these children
yeah. Some of these.
these children are worth more to them than are worth more per pound than the pounds of cocaine they sell. So these professional criminals.
In some instances it's
That's worth
that.
so
In
much
other
money.
instances, it's a lot of these dark web child pornography sites are linked. They're linked up, and if you fuck with one, you're fucking with them all. Okay. So if you don't know what the fuck you're
They know who
doing,
you are.
if you don't know how to fucking like protect yourself, don't do shit because you're literally endangering yourself and everybody around you.
If you want to be a hunter, then don't be a prey running around.
Yeah.
Yeah, like leave this to people who
Give
actually
them
know what they're doing.
coronavirus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too. Honeypots will get some hunters too. That's true. You know,
They'll set
there's
up groups that are on the hunt too, just to see who's trying to hunt them.
yeah, that's true too. But in the regards to honeypots, like there's feds that you could fucking run into. Like, there's all sorts of fucking characters that you can run into while hunting. And also, just to let you know, there's fucking video worms that people can. So when you're looking for this shit on Twitter, right? You could get your computer infected with a fucking video worm because you're looking for this type of content, um,
Yeah.
to like quote unquote hunt on Twitter.
Yeah. Well,
And if you don't know what the
let me tell you something else that might scare some people. People like Epstein, these pedophile networks, they actually have fats working for them. Just saying, they bought these people.
Me,
So some of the people you are
me.
actually reporting to, some of these people can have you murdered too. So just so you know, you have to stay anonymous. And if you are reporting to fats or whatever using your own name, you are literally bringing yourself in a huge fucking danger. I can tell you that, because if you report to the wrong person, you will be murdered for sure.
And these rings couldn't exist if they didn't have protection and influence inside of the government, right? Like that's just the fact. If the government wanted to clamp down on them worldwide, they totally could, right? These are people that can invade entire countries. But the reason that they don't is because they're influenced and connected with them, right? Some of these child molesters, some of the rings are being ran by government officials, right? So, there does come that problem, and you go to expose something that you see as being a huge criminal organization, and the people that you're exposing it to are that criminal organization.
yeah, yeah, that's very
Imagine,
true.
even if it's, you think you're doing the right thing. Imagine you're the guy that was trying to expose the people that were involved in Fast and the Furious, right? You saw what seemed to be two rival cartel gangs getting ready to sell a whole bunch of guns to each other, right? You figured, hey, I'm going to expose this and save some lives. You report it to the feds, right? You're now going to expose their entire operation. What do you think's going to happen to you?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't matter which side of that equation you went and told to, because it was FBI and ATF, right? If you went to the ATF, they would have had you fucking killed or arrested. If you would have went to the FBI, they would have had you killed and arrested. And if either of them would have listened to you, they would have saved their own people's lives.
Oh yeah. Well, these networks have people in these organizations. Obviously, that's part of their organization. And some people are already part of their organization before they even start working there. So, yeah. Like were already recruited. Like maybe they were even recruited as an underage person. Imagine that. Maybe they are like a child sex.
That does often, yeah, that does often happen too. That what they do is they involve people when they're young with um, older person, and then when they're older, they involve somebody with somebody young. So then they basically commit a crime. So then they can't tell on the organization. That's what they do.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what if they recruit like underage people and they still go to school and they eventually become like a police officer or they become like a federal
Right.
agent? These children, right? So
Right. Yeah. That's what they do. That's what I'm saying. That
yeah,
they groom them when young, right? And then when they're involved in that, when they're involved in an organization like this, they involve them in underage rape because then they're guilty as well. So it's kind of like everybody's guilty, and you can't get out of it.
yeah,
Well,
So
even then, infiltrate these organizations. We saw, similar to things that you saw in like World War II, where the mafia was in, pretty freely. Even around Prohibition, World War One, the mafia was able to infiltrate the military, get their guys trained up and on the inside.
well, they didn't infiltrate; they were allowed in. It was Operation Underworld.
Yeah,
Like they that whole thing, they were allowed in.
yeah,
with
they were.
Cuba, I
They
think.
But that's what so many of the mafiosos had, were war heroes or had military experience, could make explosives, do all of that stuff. That didn't stop. The names, the cartels, the whatever, that didn't stop. They still do that. Even, white supremacist groups send their guys to boot camp, send their guys to the military to get trained up.
Yeah, I know the American government at least tried to use the mafia against Fidel Castro, and yeah, it's what they do.
Yeah, they tried to do that, and they also did it, like he was saying, for the prohibition movement
Uh,
of alcohol and all that stuff. They were actually using the mafia guys to traffic alcohol and all that during the time.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, look, I mean, the government always has their. If it's a illegal, that's what you use dark money for. So I mean, all of the things that they use dark money for are drug dealing, weapon dealing, or people smuggling. That's all the only things that drug money that dark money is used for.
Yeah. Yeah, and the gifts, of course, housing, hotel, real estate, such things. They can also do that. They don't always have to like show any money traces. They can give each other things like cars and yeah,
Oh yeah,
all kind of stuff.
tax breaks.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's the other thing too, and Mark kind of knows this more than most of us because his country is literally flooded with them. But
Oh, you mean p- human traffic is at the top or pedophiles at the top?
yeah, right.
Yeah,
And that's the thing, like that would illustrate really how dangerous it is to um, ever work with anybody under a real name, like who is connected into law enforcement that says, I'm hunting these guys. Because number one, okay, so number one, you don't know who's on the other end of a message. Okay. Number two, even if the person is legitimate and saying that um, they're hunting, right? They could be a turncoat working for the organization, as you said. So,
Yeah. Well, in my country, we have, of course, Secretary General Joris Demming. He's famous for this. I think you even know him in the U.S. He was the highest guy of the Justice Department, like directly below the minister, but actually the guy who had access to everything, including the files on the royal families and stuff. But he was well, when he was in Turkey, for example, he ordered young Turkish boys to rape, for example. This is all. This was all well researched, and he denied even visiting Turkey during those years. But then they showed the flight record, so yeah, he was there. Um, then we have Joost Tonino, which was one of the officers of justice, a very high level too. Responsible for prosecutor. This is the highest prosecutor in the country, so to speak. If you want to know it in the American system, and it's like he put his old computer at the road. Like it was like he forgot to erase his hard disks, right? And a journalist found it, and it was filled with child porn, like literally filled with child porn, and very disturbing things too. I think it was well, the worst of the worst stuff. And then we find another judge in the north of the Netherlands. He openly advocates to reduce the age he felt that he was like presented with a case, and he felt it was okay for a 14-year-old girl to have sex with a guy who was over 50. He said the guy needed to walk free. He didn't do anything criminal because the girl actually did it voluntarily, right? So he actually advocated to reduce the minimum age back to 14. After that we tried. Then we have the connections, the Sandford files, which are files found in several apartments. We contain 62,000 missing children, abused sexually. Then we have the connection with the True Network.
right.
It goes on and on. There you have the True Network. People always think there was like one weirdo putting girls in cellars.
Nope.
Not true, of course. It was an organization, and he was pretty much the low-level pimp. And the high-level guys were never caught. Only one of them, who is a huge coke mafia guy. I'm not even sure if it's safe to name his name on there because he walks free again. He's a huge coke mafia guy. He actually organized sex parties, right? And he would invite underage prostitutes in, and high-level politicians, and even royalty. And he would photograph them and film them having sex with these underage girls. So when he was arrested, together with Dutroux, he said, "They can't keep me in jail. I got a video of a Belgian prince raping a 13-year-old girl. I don't care. I walk free again." And he went to like a low security prison, walked free like after like a year or two. And the journalist who was actually responsible for exposing him, she literally wrote a book about it. That she suddenly met him in like the airplane, and she had like it was like the most frightening thing ever in her life, because he was one of the persons who exposed him, and he was arrested. And then a year or two later, she meets him in a fucking airplane, and he just looks at her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that one.
Okay, and this is
Like,
nothing
yeah.
here because it goes even beyond that. It goes to stuff in the Czech Republic, in Prague. There are actual at the Pinocchio bar you have, and there are other links. We have the story about the Roundhouse in the Netherlands. This is even worse. This is much worse. There are like some count lived there, and he like imported children there, and they were used for abuse by royalty, and afterwards they were like, okay, this is sad. This is unconfirmed because they've never been found. They were buried in concrete on the ground. These children.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Well, that's all typical shit. And also, just recently, a few years ago, it came out that there was um, hundreds of skeletons that were found near the Vatican. Um, fuck, where was it? Somewhere near the Vatican. It's somewhere near the Vatican. It was there was found like hundreds and hundreds of skeletons, and they said that later it came out saying that these were abused kids.
but are
Um,
these actually babies? Because I know that there's
Not
also
sure.
a less. It's actually also dark, but it is less dark, and that is that there were always like you have the nuns. They lived separate from the holy guys, right? From the monks. So,
But yeah,
but they would in secret go to each other, right? They would have sex with each other in secret because but when children were born of it, no one could know about this. So these children were actually murdered, aborted.
Infanticide.
Yeah, yeah, they were buried and they were like hidden away, and the Vatican is a good example of that. So
interesting. Okay. Like, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea, to be honest. But yeah,
Oh,
I
quite a few mass graves.
yeah, the
Oh,
Did you just
fallacy
look
is
it
one of
up?
the most difficult ones of them, right? But actually, I think if hell exists, they probably all go to there because murdering children is a lot worse. So, yeah.
Yeah, right.
yeah, I imagine that it's filled with priests. Um, Not that I mean, just I want to make sure that we hit a couple of topics because we could make an entire show off
Oh,
of
definitely.
just this topic.
Yeah, we got a few different topics to talk about coronavirus and especially Assange, because of his case coming up. I just went off on a
No, no, it had to be done. It had to be done.
Yeah, or if you want to know more, they can always message like the ABB Twitter or whatever. Like, yeah, we got the research and
Well,
the
and
facts. Even if we maybe we explain it in an easy way, and you don't know anything about this, and you think like, what the fuck are they even saying? You can always ask more info at ABB Live on Twitter. Yeah.
and we've been going live a little bit more often here. Maybe we would be wise to do a future show that focuses just on this, but we got to have a time when there isn't 1,000 other things going on as well. It doesn't make them any more or less important. They're just going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Do we want to jump right into coronavirus?
yeah, might as well because we also got to jump into Assange. So let's jump into the coronavirus first, and then end with this.
We've got, first of all, I think pretty breaking news about the 40 mobile crematoriums that they've moved into
Incinerators. They're incinerators. Yeah.
to Wuhan. Well, I mean, I think these are specifically for people, right? These are little mobile crematoriums, not just incinerators, right?
No, they're incinerators, but yeah, that's what they're like. That's the assumption there because like all of the crematoriums that have been reporting that they've been burning like at least 100 bodies a day, um, and that's several different crematoriums reporting that. NTD did a really good report of a recorded conversation of a funeral home where they said that they had burned 116 bodies on February 3rd alone. And they said that the other crematoriums were having a lot more problems than they were with manpower. So, yeah, we have several different funeral homes that had said that they've been burning 100 bodies a day. So the fact that they just sent in 40 mobile incinerators is a big fucking deal.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you think that every incinerator in the city is going full tilt and is overwhelmed, I mean, and the numbers that we're getting aren't matching what it would take to make that happen. Um, and I think when we were talking earlier, there's a difference between the real numbers and the official numbers. So we are going to read off the official numbers. The real numbers can be anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million people more than this. But the number of cases of infection is 76,738. The number of deaths has went up to 2,247, and the number of recovered is 18,579.
Well, now, if you only had 1,000 or 2,000 deaths, you wouldn't need to upgrade any equipment or do anything. That's nothing.
Yeah, you would think that a city that size would be able to handle, 100 extra people. And that doesn't.
Yes.
We haven't with the IP cameras. We haven't seen the crematorium in UA turn off once. Right, it's going nonstop all the time.
Yeah. So I mean, we could take a guess on the numbers there, but and how many they're stuffing in per run. But geez.
Definitely more than the 20 to 50 people that they put out have died. One of the things to note is the number in critical and serious condition, right? That number hasn't went down. So the number of people that are getting it goes up, and the people that are dying, more people recovered than are dying, but then the people that are in serious condition to I think makes it artificially seem like the numbers are lower than that, because you've got thousands of people that are pretty much just on life support machines.
Well, what was that big burn they had too? I mean, that was like a open pit burn, with all these big numbers and on the CO2. You don't produce that with crematoriums. I mean, that's like a mass burn.
Well, yeah, and that was you can go and look at it yourself. Go to weather.com. Winds.com does it too, and you can see the thermal and the uptick in particles in the air from the crematorium. It's enough that we
No, you could see the sulfur. You could see the sulfur dioxide levels.
Yeah, and I mean, there are these big blooms across the city, and there is nothing going on in these cities right now, right? Everybody's been welded in their houses. It's just so obvious that we're not getting the full story here. It makes it so much more dangerous for the people that need to get prepared. And I mean, honestly, if you're not prepared for a natural disaster, you're not prepared for coronavirus. If you're not prepared for coronavirus, you're not prepared for a natural disaster.
Well, what's all this war gaming that's been going on since the Cold War and all this shit came out? I mean, you think they'd have a plan that was so damn good? I mean, just like you buy the book, man. You could knock it out because you guys have fought this thing out for like 50 years. And it doesn't seem like they've put 5 days into it.
Well, they pretty much figured, okay, well, if it gets too bad, we lock ourselves in these giant underground facilities and let the people work it out. Like, their planning isn't very good. You've got, like, and it can't be, I'm not putting this as like a religious, one way or the other, but you've got people in charge like Mike Pence. Mike Pence is an end timer. He would like the world to be ended in a plague so that Christ comes back. Those are the people that are making the plans.
Yeah, there's I see some guys talking about it on the right wing sector. There's a big realization that there's Christianity versus this evangelical Zionism that's going on right now. and all this, MAGA cult worship and King Israel and all this talk. It's ridiculous, man.
Yeah, and I would not trust people that have this like end timer cult mentality. A lot of people don't know that about the evil mustache. Um, come on. Uh, oh goodness, why can I not remember his name? He just wrote that book, fucking, right when the Trump trial was going on. Giant white mustache, looks like a fucking cartoon character, always trying to
Oh,
invade.
Bolton. You talking about Bolton?
There we go, Bolton. Bolton's an end timer as well. Sorry, guys, I could not remember his name. Yeah, John Bolton's another one. These are death cults, and yet those are the people that you're trusting to make the decisions when we're looking at a plague. There's those people are excited about it, right? The plague's gonna come through. They're gonna finish bending the temple. Jesus is gonna come back, and they're gonna be whisked into the heavens. That is their plan. That's the plan.
Well, I mean, that sounds a little bit better than Q's plan, but
Q's plan has you drinking bleach, right? Do we all have to have like matching Nikes when we do that one?
I mean, how dumb do you have to believe that shit now? With all these 100,000 sealed indictments, and then nothing's happening. Absolutely nothing. McCabe gets off.
I
It's
mean,
not
I haven't
happening, man. It's not
heard
going to happen.
anything for real from like anybody like the Q followers. I think they might just be a like government botnet at this point.
No, you know what it is. It's well-meaning. I see a couple of well-meaning guys. When what they're trying to do is reach the low IQ Republican masses with this Q shit. And my argument with them is, if they're that fucking dumb, they're not going to get Q. Number one, it's still going to be confusing to them, and they're going to conflate that with the real truth that you're trying to get to, but you're trying to get it through Q. I mean, it's just bad thinking, man. You can't confuse these low IQ idiots. You got to give them the truth, and they either handle it or they don't. You can't like give them Q as like a lead in for this bullshit.
Yeah, just get to the point and that information will spread. Trying to like appeal to the lowest common denominator is probably not a good deal. And probably one of the reasons why you end up saying some really stupid shit. Yeah, that would make sense. Like what got me at the end here was the like I lost I lost all respect with the bleach thing. Like, you're seriously out here trying to get people to drink bleach to prevent coronavirus, and there's someone stupid enough to drink bleach?
Wait, what? Really? That's real?
Yeah, that's real. That's really real. Well, because they're confusing some like basic science here, and I don't know why this is so difficult. On the back of like the Clorox container, the cleaning stuff, the wipes, all of it, it says used to fight coronavirus, which means that if it's on a surface and you wipe it down with bleach, it'll kill the coronavirus. Not that if you drink bleach, it will kill the coronavirus. And they're using that as this like backwards way to say, oh, they know about the coronavirus and not that like a whole bunch of viruses are coronavirus. Like, they're just confusing so much like basic, straightforward science. Like, just because something kills like a bacteria or a virus on a surface does not mean it's going to kill it if you are infected with it and you drink bleach. Like, how stupid is that?
Well, if you tell somebody young enough, I mean, I could see I could see it happening to a kid, but certainly not anybody older than that.
I mean, that's even more fucked up. I mean, fuck.
If you look, there's like in like it's not enough. You'll look at the videos where Q pushed this crap out in the post, and like the people that are against it, like that's all logical. What's mind blowing is the millions on there that like support what's going on, gave it a thumbs up, Like, oh yeah, mix it with half a, with 3 tablespoons of honey and some like baking powder, and you're like, you guys are fucking mind.
I give the next Jonestown cool.
Oh yeah, yeah, that is make sure you're all wearing your Nikes. Or what was the shoe that Q came out with? Didn't they come out with a shoe?
No,
Oh,
I have
I've never
no.
heard that. There's all kinds of books that are out. It's disgusting, man. They're really pushing this crap.
I saw that doctor. That was kind of, it wasn't just what's that was just kind of creepy. Um her whole like speech was creepy about Q, and then you find out that she's like a practicing MD, and that was more than disturbing, right? That was scary. Like, I hope that people are not going to you for medical care. Please, please, please don't let anyone go to her for medical care. But I mean, back to the actual coronavirus. We had 2 cases in Iran, um, 2 deaths in Iran. I haven't been able, because everything goes through the state media. I haven't been able to like pinpoint whether there were 4 people that have it and 2 of them died, or 2 people had it and both of them died. There's also a um, confirmed case in Honduras, um, and that stems from flights coming from Los Angeles. This woman was in LA, contracted it in LA, and took a flight from LA to Honduras. Um, yeah, I mean, bottom line is it's going to get bigger. We just need to be prepared for this in the same way that we need to be prepared for the, hurricanes, floods, and landslides and wildfires that are going to come over the summer. The planning is the same.
Oh, so reading through some of the stuff he's got here. I don't have a solution for coronavirus. I think it's already too late. You just got to let it run its course at this point.
Oh yeah, and I think Mark, has the wisest school of thought on that. Is the best way to be, as far as your body's concerned for the coronavirus, is to be in good health, um and make sure that you're taking care of yourself so that your body has the ability to fight off the virus. The 2% death rate, although is horrible, right? That means 98% of the people that get it are going to be fine. But you need to make sure that you're hydrated, you're drinking water or Gatorade, or all of that stuff, that that you're eating well, um, that your vitamins are up, so you're taking your vitamin C and making sure that your vitamin D levels, which a lot of people that are walking around have extremely deficient vitamin D levels. Even though we drink a lot more milk products in our world now, we actually, most of us are suffering from vitamin D deficiency. Um, just make sure that you're in the best health that you can be, and you'll have the best ability to fight any sickness that comes your way. Geez, anything that comes your way, to be honest. But these numbers are going to get bigger. We are, no matter how you slice it, we like to, you can use some fuzzy words to describe it, but we are being lied to on the response, the number, and the preparedness. Um, that's something to keep in mind with everything that you hear. Um, Pretty much every bit of information that the Chinese government has put out has been pretty false at the end of the day.
right? The numbers are way under. The response has been draconian and ineffective. Um, Even the high officials that have gotten sick now and died of coronavirus, they denied was happening to begin with. You know, they told us that the head of their CDC was fine. He died. Um, his I think it was his chief of staff position. They denied that he had died. He had also passed on from coronavirus. Um, Everything that they told us from when they found spread has been fake, and the people that have been spreading the truth have been like accosted because of it, arrested, beaten up, thrown into hospitals filled with people with coronavirus, like deliberately infected. um None of those things lead me to believe that any of this is under control. Those aren't the things that people that have it under control do. Is that me?
What the fuck was that? That was like the spawn of Satan.
um I think we may have been get a couple extra hangers on here. Never had that happen on the show before.
That's not true. I've sounded like Satan before, and you've told me.
All right, I think there maybe some power issues. Wow, that was weird. Hmm. Yeah, I think we may have lost somebody here. Alamo? I think we may have lost Alamo here. But no, like none of this is at least from my perspective has shown us that they have it any more under control. Puerto Rico under control. Oh, now we're starting to get a little bit of echo as well. All right. Um, yeah, so I mean, there's constant news that's been coming out from Wuhan, from China. Um, Share that stuff out. You know, people are putting their lives in danger to get the word out to the rest of us. We can't let that be in vain. And like when we mentioned, citizen journalists that have been arrested, and then they arrested them and put them in specifically with people that had active coronavirus to make sure they got sick. The doctor that blew the whistle on this has also passed on because of coronavirus, and they arrested him for warning the world that this was coming. So we have to definitely do our part. And when you do see videos that are real, that are confirmed from on the ground in China and Wuhan or around the world, gotta share that stuff out. Download it, repost it. You gotta do your part. We really are all in this together. Oh, did we lose everybody?
I think I'm back.
All right.
No, I'm here.
Wake up.
I think Mark might have crashed.
What's that?
No, he's making some food and coffee. He's got a note there.
Oh, I turned the microwave on. You have to take off your tin hat to run the microwave. I get weird interference otherwise.
Well, what are the people on the Asia show saying? It seems like they'd have the best news as far as all.
Yeah. There's been some really interesting updates, and we had somebody on, the Asia show the other day, who is from China, and he was saying that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese government is trying to get rid of the virus. And he said that, the Chinese and they were saying it wasn't as bad as we're making it out to be. But thing is, man, I don't. Yeah, I just don't believe that. Um,
Yeah, I mean that's the deal. We've been lied to so often, and by the same people, right? A liar is a liar, even telling the truth. And that's the situation that we get into. So you'll have, there will be stuff that's coming out in truth. There'll be stuff that's overblown or misrepresented. But then you've got this whole other list of things that are like blatant lies coming from official sources.
Yeah, at the least it's still a good event to practice on. Even if it turns into mostly bullshit, at least you get your act together. Hopefully.
Oh yeah, and it does. I'd say definitely it's been able to allow us to like expose the like responses. We've been able to expose so many accounts that it's like, look, maybe what you're saying is true, maybe what you're saying is not, but how come all of the people saying that made their account on the exact same day?
yeah, but this guy came on and did an interview with us, so it wasn't like a text based thing, but still, I mean, he sat there and like answered all of our questions, but still, I just don't believe it. Like, I don't believe that it's not worse than what the Chinese government's saying. I just think that he's, um, well, I hope he's not listening, but I just think that maybe he's just a little bit brainwashed by the CCP or the Chinese Communist Party, and he just kind of thinks that
well, and
they're
I to be 100% honest, I hope we're wrong. I pray every day we're wrong. That's fine. I take no, the best thing that could happen is that we could be absolutely wrong. But unfortunately, the things around it, when I see that, you know what I mean, when there's not a stop line of trucks going in and out of the crematorium, then I'll be a lot more likely to believe.
Yeah,
I didn't
or they're
see
not,
that one.
or they're not constructing emergency hospitals.
Yeah, like there's just so much that's going on the outside, the extenuated evidence points to the contrary. And then every week, they come out and have to, okay, yeah, there was more people than that. We were running the numbers. Well, it was like 20,000 people that you were running the numbers on. So when we were saying that the numbers were higher, 20,000 people I consider higher. Oh well, the head of our medical agency isn't sick with coronavirus. Okay, yeah, he's sick with coronavirus, but he's not dead. Okay, he's sick with coronavirus and he's dead. Well, that at a certain point you're just lying. So I would say the best way for the state government, if you want people to believe you, quit lying. That would definitely help.
Oh,
And
there's
then
something about government and lying. They go hand in hand for some reason. I really don't get it either. It's like you go from like being a private individual into government, all of a sudden you become this huge liar. It's weird.
it's the guys. I've said it 1,000 times on here. Brain slugs. Once you get elected, they put you in a little room, you get a brain slug, and you're immediately part of the system. Happens every. They were
So
at
that
the
you
brain.
merge with the Borg and it's over. Huh? It's just
You have been assimilated.
sure seems about right.
Yeah, I don't know, and like it is, it's like you see these guys, and they'll be young and impassioned and want to change things, and are fighting the system, and then as soon as they get inside, they immediately become of it. The Tea Partiers, right? Like there were things that I agreed with the Tea Party. There's a whole bunch of shit I did not agree with. Oh my god. But there were things I agreed with. They got inside and immediately conformed.
They get bought off so easy. I mean, for small amounts of money, it's just like, if you can't deal with people like that. I mean, if you're going to be corrupted that easy, it's hopeless. You're never going to get anywhere in a so-called democracy when you got people that are that fucking pathetic.
Oh, I think of like the Buttigieg thing. It's like, the American people are screaming out, we're tired of these politicians having these meetings in dark back rooms with cigars. And he's like, oh yeah, then meet me in a wine cave. Meet me in a cave and we'll drink wine instead. And you feel like, I don't think you see what our problem was. It wasn't the location that you were meeting with the corrupt, right? It was that you were meeting with the corrupt. That was the problem. But these people look at it and they're all like, oh, you're happy that we're meeting with the corrupt in an office? Well, we'll meet with them in a cave. You happy? No, I'm not. But it's that kind of, yeah, I don't know, the whole, it seems like there's nobody in there that isn't just a little bit corrupt. Like, you have to be with okay with that. They're just a little bit corrupt. They're not as bad as this, right? And you just can't ever say, can we just get leaders that aren't like bought at the easiest whim? Like, can just anybody come in here and buy you? And if
And they
that's
seem groomed
like,
for it. I mean, it just keeps happening over and over. There's a system to it. It's not an accident.
no, that's why I could never be like an actual politician. I love politics, but I could never be a politician because they're gonna expect me to like stand next to people that I can't stand and be nice to them.
You got to be a company man. You got to stand behind what's the one they always, you got to stand behind the nominee and all.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just not. If Bloomberg is the nominee, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. People fucking keep on asking, well, who are you gonna vote for? I don't know, but I'm out. I'm not playing anymore. Y'all can keep it. Yeah, and I didn't like. I got some flack. People, you think that Trump is better than Bloomberg? Yeah, he's not worse. To be honest, like, they're the same. What's your favorite
They
flavor?
were all friends of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, they're the same guy. Like, I posted the picture of fucking Trump, Bloomberg, and Clinton playing golf together, right?
Right.
And like, people tore me apart for that one, and I just kept on answering, "What? They're not the same guy." all these corrupt billionaires look the same to me. I thought they were the same person. Like, at that point, we're not going anywhere. Like we've lost. Like, there's a certain point where you have lost. You're gonna have to tear down the whole system. When you're down
Yeah,
to
that's
Trump,
pretty much where you're at.
like, that's, come on, guys. It's over. It's over.
Yeah, I think that it's just you just have to face the fact that the fix is in, and this is just the way it is.
I mean, I would say that at least as far, I don't want to divulge too far into U.S. politics here, but at least at the last debate, he got smashed. Like, for all the money that he spent when the debate went, I was kind of happy to see even Biden got in there. Like, I was happy to see, at least on the like outside, the Democrats standing against Bloomberg. Like, there was a clear division there that I did like that. I did like that. Whether it's real, who fucking knows, man? It's all political theater. But it was good to see that they weren't bending to him. They're all bought by billionaires, but they weren't playing around with it. They didn't give him any like quarter. They destroyed him on the stage, and I loved it. I loved it. I would have liked more, much more. Get him, Bernie. But it definitely he definitely didn't get any love on the stage, and no love from the commentators either. And those are the people that he bought. It seems like they're just willing to take his money and let him like smash himself against the rocks. I don't know. The DNC is so corrupt, it's impossible to tell.
Yeah, they ever get official results out of Iowa yet?
Uh, that was a weird one because they first came out and said actually they did get the final results. Buttigieg won, and then about an hour later said, "Oh no, never mind. We went through the numbers." And so, who fucking knows? I think it was pretty obvious that Bernie won Iowa. I think it was. I don't know how many, like, other than seeing it with your own eyes, which everybody that live stream could see it with their own eyes. I think it was pretty obvious that whole scam with the app and the Clintons and what was it, Shadow Inc. I think that pretty much was.
Yeah. It was Shadow Inc.
Yeah, that's your big clue right there. It's all a big
Again,
politics.
though, why the fuck would anybody contract a company named Shadow Inc. for making an app for voting? What the fuck? What was going through your head?
The Legion of Doom, I assume. The DNC.
Yeah, it's Hillary Clinton. How much she's involved. You know how this goes.
And
It
I mean,
has
it's
to be dark,
that
morbid.
just election goes so bad because you didn't name it something like Spotlight, right? Open elections. You know what I mean? Like you didn't name it any of the things that would be, positive. You got evil people to try to set up an evil system to help you rig an election, and it turned out poorly. No shit. Oddly enough, it's the same people that fucked up the last election rigging.
And then when the numbers are all fucked up and it's all their shit, who do they blame? The Russians. I mean, this is just so old. It's so childish and juvenile. It's just it's unbelievable, man. They're not even good liars anymore.
Oh, and that was terrible. It was more than obvious that they played around with the numbers. They tried to pull a fast one. It didn't work because reality, there's like Bernie or not, he's got an army of followers. Whether you like him or not, that has nothing to do with the reality that he's got the numbers. And that's what a caucus is about. So trying to rig a caucus was dumb to begin with, especially in the age when people can live stream an entire auditorium of one candidate's supporters. They've all got the T-shirts on and holding the signs. You couldn't spin that, and that sank them. But these are the same people that they're not only are they criminals, but they're not good at being criminals. And it got them, it got them caught up the same way it always gets them caught up.
Yeah, they just get caught every time, and they're so bad at it, and yet they smile like they think they've got it all figured out, like they're on top of the game. It's weird, man.
Oh, I mean, I almost got a headache from fucking my eye rolling. You know what I mean? First they come out and they're all like, "Oh, Buttigieg ahead by a landslide," and everybody's like, "What? In Iowa? Yeah, nah." And then their next thing, you roll your eyes at that, and then they get caught and they're like, "Oh well, there was a problem in the app," and you're all like, "Oh yeah, sure there was, but trust us, Buttigieg." Still ahead. Yeah, sure he is. And then when it comes out that that it was an app named Shadow Inc. connected to Buttigieg, you're all like, oh, no shit. And then right away it's like, oh, it was the Russians. Sure it was. Oh, by the way, the company's connected to the Clinton campaign. Okay, guys. Yeah, it was the Russians. Sure it was. Do the American people, do we have dumbass stamped on our forehead? Do you really believe that? Who was going to buy that story? That was a bad criminal endeavor, is what that's called. Like the Three Stooges trying to rob a bank.
But when you got the media on your side, look at how you can get away with it. It's just like you go, everybody just kind of, shuffles on to the next hand, and tries to pull that one off better. I mean,
You saw them post all of the, they ran all of the news stories, possible Russian hacking of the Iowa election. You remember seeing a news story saying definitely not a a Russian hack. Turns out that our own corruption and for one reason or another, whether on purpose or out of complete and utter buffoonery, managed to fuck up the Iowa caucus. Something that's been going on for like 250 years now, by the way. Right? Like, it's not like the Iowa caucus is brand new.
Has it been going on that long?
I mean, caucusing in the U.S. has been going on that long.
Yeah.
The concept. When did, I think, 150 years? But how long has Iowa been with us?
Yeah. I don't know when they started this whole last program of, the Super Tuesday and this Iowa caucus and all this, but it's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, caucusing isn't a new concept. All right, so they started caucusing in 1972. Iowa started caucusing in 1972. So, you've had 50 years to figure it out.
No, so it's fairly recent, yeah. And
I would say that that's more than enough time, and especially after the last election, you didn't focus on that at all. Make sure that the caucus system works, that the app works.
Well, it's all about who's the app is working for. Like,
Well, the
it worked.
backdoor that they built in to manipulate numbers totally worked. Unfortunately, no Russians used it. So, I mean, I don't know whether it seems their intent was definitely to manipulate the numbers, but I think what they were hoping to do, and they may have dropped this app and code on some Russian networks in hoping that it would be hacked as well. So they would be able to cover their rigging with the Russian, connection. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like the Russian part of it ever happened, so they just get stuck with the corruption part. So it looks like what they were hoping to do was to get in, manipulate the numbers, have the Russians be able to hack certain parts of it, get a hold of some personal information, and then be able to spin it as a Russian hack. And that part never happened.
Right. Well, speaking of quote unquote Russian hacks, why don't we jump into the information on Assange and what's his name? Dana Rauschenbacher? Fuck is his name?
I think I came back at the exact right moment.
Oh yeah, perfect. Are we talking about the Trump administration approach Julian Assange at the embassy?
It wasn't the Trump administration that's been admitted now. That said that he just did it himself. He said that originally he acted as a liaison to Trump, but then he said that he never had contact with Trump. So that's admitted now. So the whole entire story is just fucking falling apart.
Well, it starts with something else, right? Because the media is lying.
This is that he offered him, to that they would drop the case if he said that Russia hacked the emails. If I'm not mistaken, is that what they're the story?
Yeah, no. He immediately immediately after it was leaked, right? He said there was never a state actor involved, right? And then he kept saying this with interviews everywhere. It was not a state actor. Russia wasn't involved. They didn't do this. It was leaked to us by someone else, and it was not a state actor. So in about a year after that, like a year of him repeating that, this guy who is like somehow related to Trump, but now seems to distance from all of this stuff again, says like, okay, we know Russia isn't involved, but we want you to prove to us who is doing it. So we have proof it wasn't Russia, right? And in exchange for that, we will give you a pardon. But if Assange would do this, it means he would have to give up his real source. That's the only way he can prove it wasn't Russia or whatever. So to protect his sources, he refused this. He didn't want a pardon. He just says like, yeah, okay, I'd rather go to jail than give up my source, right? So yeah, this is easy
But
as
this
this.
is
Yeah, but the
official-
media spun that as basically Assange fucking like confessing that it was fucking the Russians, essentially.
No, okay, yeah, this is. I mean, I don't know if this is the same thing. So the Westminster magistrate like court has officially like entered that as evidence that the U.S. President
Right.
Trump offered to pardon WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange if he said Russia was not involved in the leak of the Democratic National Committee emails, and that's from Sky News.
Yeah, but the thing is, he was already saying that long before that, like a year before that. The only thing is, yeah, they want him to provide evidence, and that the only evidence is that he actually exposes his real source. So that's simply what he can't
Right.
do, right? He can't do that because
Let
it
me-
would kill entire WikiLeaks.
You
In the
You
same
could-
regard, it's the media spinning it to say that Assange did a deal where he's saying that it's not Russia because he was saying that originally, and then 10 months later they come along with this plea deal. But the thing is, like, there was another case. Let me quickly go to my Twitter. You guys can talk, and I'll quickly go to my Twitter and tell you the other case. But there's been multiple cases where they've been trying to get Assange to admit that, or confess, I should say, that it was falsely confessed that it was Russia.
Right. That it wasn't Russia. The Trump administration offered to pardon him if he said it wasn't Russia that hacked the email.
Right, but then the media spun it like hardcore spin.
But my question is, like, they're denying first that this guy even went to the embassy to begin with, and that
He did.
Say that, but the embassy was recording all of Assange's like everything was recording. Absolutely, we got video camera of him working out and skateboard. Right? They didn't see him come to the embassy.
All right, so a U.S. lobbyist went to Assange, who is he's a U.S. lobbyist for a Russian oligarch. Okay, he went to Assange 9 times on behalf of Democrats. Leaks text messages showed that Adam Waldman, who is the U.S. lobbyist, and U.S. Senator Mark Warner, the top Democrat at Senate Intelligence Committee, suggested Waldman try to broker a deal between Assange and the DOJ. So this was in, fuck if I remember, 2017, I think. Let me just load this to just confirm here.
The thing is, this logic is just entirely missing from this mainstream media story.
2018.
Because Assange was already saying it is not Russia, and then suddenly they go to him and say like, okay, say it's not Russia, and we're going to offer you a pardon. They didn't even have to offer him a pardon because he was already saying it. So obviously they were offering him a pardon to do something else. And that is giving
Yeah,
up his
right.
real source.
They wanted to
give up his real source.
Yeah, right. They wanted him to give up his real source and prove that it wasn't. Not just say that it was, prove that it wasn't. And like I said, they've been trying to entrap Assange with Russia from the very beginning. In 2016, right, there was a $1 million Russian bribe that was offered to Assange that he didn't take. He didn't take the money, but he was offered it, and the money was actually linked to Russia. I don't remember how they did this. I forget. But anyway, that's the one thing. The other thing is that you remember the fake meeting with Paul Manafort? Remember how the Guardian said there was
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, see, that's two different instances, and then the third instance that we have, and this isn't in regards to Russia. This is in regards to entrapping Assange as a pedophile. Was Todd and Claire? It was a garage operation that was set up in 2016 specifically for framing Assange and saying that he was a pedophile of a online dating website that he was molesting kids on the website. And that's fucking absurd. Number one, because he's being watched, right? Number two, I mean, I don't see Assange doing that. And number three, this was a operation that was run from a garage, and it was traced back, and then afterward, the operation completely fucking vanished, and the garage was closed up. It was a front operation,
Hmm. Yeah, another framing thing. So we do have positive news for today, I guess, and about Assange case, and that is that. Let's see what her name is. Her name is. Dunja Mijatovic. She's the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe. It's 47 countries, and she made a clear statement today that Julian Assange should not be extradited due to potential impact on press freedom and concerns about ill treatment. And she made a huge statement in Strasbourg today, representing 47 European countries, speaking out against extradition. So this is a positive thing. The UK is part of this council. Contrary to what you might think, they are not part of the European Union, but they are connected to this Council of Europe, because this Europe is not the EU is not the same thing. And they did give their advice, and she is the head of that, so the head Commissioner for Human Rights. And they are backing Assange now.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
Well, and I think the doctors and Amnesty International also came out with a statement in support of Assange, and standing against the torturous practices that they've been using against him in prison.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the United Nations did the same thing with Niels Meltzer. He also pretty much he said it is proven that he was being tortured and everything, and that yeah, he was the rapporteur on torture. He still is, by the way. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. He knows what he's talking about.
The extradition, I mean, once they drop the extradition in all of this stuff, I mean, does Julian Assange have the right to, I mean, sue? I mean, you've got false imprisonment, you've got all of this. Is I would imagine the lawsuit for doing this to him is going to be massive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, if you can ever get there.
I mean, once he's not, I mean, what, they've ran out of things. You're not holding him for anything. You're not holding him legally. Entire real international community has came out against you. You tortured the guy for what?
You make a very good point, Terence. So once the tables are turned, then it's going to be a very, very interesting story.
Going to get expensive.
Yeah. If that
But the
happens,
guys doing it never care. It's like the police. They, it's some civil judgment later, and they're not going to pay for it because they got immunity. So they don't give a shit.
Yeah, it just seems like there should be some real repercussions, around for how you ended up holding a journalist and torturing him in your basement for America.
Yeah. Yeah, well, WikiLeaks does have some money to actually pay lawyers, and they can actually fight back. They are still receiving donations and everything, and people are buying them WikiLeaks merchandise, so all these things. So they are making some money, and they can fight back.
Assange also holds hundreds of thousands of Bitcoin.
Yeah, they fucked themselves over with that too by blocking donations to WikiLeaks, so you could only accept bitcoins and back then, and the bitcoins like spiked huge in value. So we're
Yeah,
talking about
I mean, by freezing their accounts and trying to play all sorts of weird financial games, they forced them to buy Bitcoin, and then Bitcoin has gotten, has exploded several times over. Like, you forced them to do that, but I guess thanks.
We'll have to take that away from them too.
I think they probably, if they could, they would. And again, like, the once it gets proven, not just proven, okay, it is proven that they're doing all of this to try to punish him for exposing war crimes. That's the truth, right? Whether you like other shit that he did doesn't particularly matter. What he's being punished for, what they're attacking him for, what they're torturing him for, right, is exposing war crimes. Once, like, all of this is over, it only makes them look worse. And again, the financial hit that they took, those millions of dollars that you stole from him, there has to be some sort of repercussions for that. How much did they lose because you froze their bank accounts illegally? You don't get to, like, freeze people's money because you don't like, or because they're exposing your corruption.
you falsely accuse him of being a rapist. You taped his secrets in an embassy where he should be free to do whatever he wants. You secretly taped him like some sort of big brother, and then you shared the videos with media. Like that is, you're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars in compensation.
Oh, no, and that, I mean, named all of the politicians, U.S. politicians that went on national TV and said, oh, yeah, we need to kill him with a drone strike. You're an elected official, right? That's fucking terroristic threats. You don't get to kill nobody. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Hey, that's due process in 2020 in America, man.
Yeah, I mean, that was me for an elected official, right? I voted for you to be a governor. You don't get to murder anybody. I did not vote to give you free reign to execute people by drone strike. Just make sure my streets don't have potholes in them. Like, talk about a power-hungry psychopath. Get me some fucking working internet. Don't worry about murdering journalists on the other side of the world with drones.
Well, see, while you weren't paying attention, they had a secret court hearing and secretly changed the constitution of those so they could secretly do that, and it was so secret you didn't need to know. So, there.
Boy, I really, our founding fathers were super specific about a lot of stuff, and they just didn't mention your secret murder society or your murder. I feel that may be inherently un-American. It's just there's no other time there's no other time where you could come out on national television and threaten to murder somebody and that be okay.
Well, now you can, and then you can, have drag string court, drag queen, story hour and all this other shit too, man. And everybody just kind of glazes over like, oh yeah, it's normal,
Yeah,
it's okay, yeah, no problem.
That brings us to, I know we're talking about Assange, but that kind of brings us to something that I like AOC a lot. I like what she's doing. I like the things that she's been doing in government. But what's with this, like, love for VH1 all of a sudden? Like, she's doing, like, commercials for the drag show, and I dig you like the drag show, but do you maybe want to work? I didn't pay you to be a celebrity. I didn't vote for you to be a celebrity. I don't care if you are a celebrity. I mean, it's cool that you like a show, or you've got things that you speak out about. Talk about and they do, but talk about the violence against trans people. Talk about some real shit that's going on. I don't need you to be a VH1 celebrity promoting a fucking TV show. What is that?
Well, I mean, that's being progressive, isn't it? I mean, maybe you're just not as progressive as you think you are.
I don't think I am. Like, when they try to sell me, like, I really like, so, when she's taking some, like, the corporations to task, on the Senate floor. I love that. I love that, like, she went into the lobbying day one like lobbying meet and greet that they have, and came like screaming back out, and nobody has ever came out and said, hey, there ain't nothing but a bunch of gutless corporations in there. Nobody's done that. I love that. And then I see you like selling the position, like turning into a TV celebrity. Like, the point against Donald Trump was that he was a TV celebrity trying to be a politician, a leader, and those aren't the same thing. Becoming a leader and then turning yourself into a reality TV star is not helping either. That's the same fucking thing. I'm not digging it. Maybe it's maybe it's the Anon in me, right? As soon as someone starts acting like a celebrity, I don't like.
Well, no, you should know better, man. As a progressive, you have to be inclusive, and you're not being very inclusive right now.
I'm not inviting the celebrity. I don't know. Fuck, man. It just like that. I didn't. It put up some serious red flags for me, and I'm saying this from a perspective as I do like what she's doing, but I worry that she's going down a bad path. Because once you start working with them, then you're starting to do stuff for your brand and not for your constituents. Right? I got this book to sell. I need to sell T-shirts. We've got a new TV show coming up. I need to do a meet read and selfie take with the new trans star that's out there. Right? Like, do you really have time for this?
Are you saying Democrat politicians sell you out like Republican politicians? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not liking where this is going, is all I'm saying. I know, I get like I think I'm super progressive, right? I think I'm as progressive as I can possibly be. But then the things when they put me in groups with people that are supposedly to be progressive, they do things that are so like unprogressive.
Well, I mean,
you need to vote for
the Democrat Party is a party of misfits. I mean, you got to have it's an organization of all these victim groups, and everybody that's a misfit can always find a home in the Democrat Party. And I mean, but that gets kind of hairy too, because you got all these groups, and then keeping them together isn't easy when you got all these issues and people fighting with each other.
They only really need us. Right. And I'm putting myself in those groups. They only really need for the election. And then as soon as that's over, they're not going to do anything to help you. But during the election is when they have to try to balance all of those people together, to be an urban, a rural urban farmer. Right. They want to be have their foot in all of the, all of the areas. They want to be a little bit country and a little bit rock and roll. But at the end of the day, they don't listen to any of that crap.
And they need to do all that while at the same time looking credible as they can't count votes. See, that's where it kind of all explodes right there, and you just go, you know what, you guys just suck.
You're gonna organize and balance the country, right? Handle our finances. You can't even figure out how many people voted in Iowa.
Yeah, what are there 70,000? I mean, you could count them by hand. It wouldn't take that long.
No, they could. That was the deal, because that was immediately they like the Bernie campaign was immediate, like, oh no, we got people there, we'll count them by hand now. And they're like, no, we got rid of all of those records, and then this was like the end of that whole game. Because then the Bernie people were like, well, I mean, that we understand you guys don't have the paper records of it, but we took pictures of it with our phones, so we've got all of them on our devices still. And then that was what they tried to shut it all down. Like, no, if you can't paper count it, right? Okay, the app doesn't work, then paper count it. You can't paper count it, then we took pictures of it. We got this, man. We know exactly how many people counted. And they did not want to hear that.
Yeah, meanwhile, everybody's got to put on a big smile and flap to New Hampshire like nothing happened. Everything's good. Good job, Democrats.
Yeah, even mention it. They didn't even mention it at the debate. Didn't even mention it. Seriously, like it never even happened. But Yeah, to get like just to get back into to the like as we describe that kind of corruption. When we were talking about Assange, so basically we've got the Democrats that went and tried to offer him money and bribes and all of this crap, and then followed by the Republicans in the Trump administration going and trying to offer him a pardon and what on top of it, basically both sides of that corrupt coin, right? Trying to attack Julian Assange.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And even then, I mean, in all reality, can the Democrats even truly offer him that? Because it's DOJ is the one that's prosecuting.
Well, they should. I mean, well, they're not even a legitimate federal function. They're a private corporation. So the answer should be no. They shouldn't be able to offer them nothing. They're not even government.
Yeah, that's just. And nobody, as they do things like that, nobody is held accountable. Like, is it just me, or does that seem so wrong that, like, the system is so corrupt that someone that exposed war crimes has the left and the right showing up to secretly offer him, independently, secretly offer him sweetheart jobs for stabbing the other side, or sweetheart deals for stabbing the other side in the back? That's our foreign policy. No wonder the world is so fucked up. That's what the quote unquote police of the world are doing.
Yeah, and no
Well,
wonder that he's being attacked by both the left and the right, by pretty much all the media, and all the politicians are now attacking him because he refused any deals.
Oh, he did the worst. He was like honorable. He refused deals from either side. How dare you?
Yeah, now to a criminal, a true scumbag, that's an insult. It's like, hey, they've given you a good deal here. Now, I mean, you should have taken it somewhere along the line, and you're not taking it. I mean, it angers them. You can understand where they're coming from. I mean, they're criminals.
Oh, and like they probably, I mean, they were completely shocked. We offered you money. Like
How can you not
I
like
can't.
money?
That he wouldn't take it. We offered him money.
Yeah.
I mean, it does show no matter how you spin that, it does show an integrity that is extremely rare in this world. When they're offering you millions and millions of dollars to live your life sunshine again, or, as far as he knew at the time, rot in the, or, get sick and die in the embassy at the time, and he chose to stand true. That is so rare.
Yeah.
Very, very few people. And, when they're looking at, look, if the U.S. gets you, they're going to torture you, maybe to death.
Yeah, but who knows what would happen if you would give up the source? Who knows what would happen to this source? They would murder this guy.
Oh, the source. I mean, if we're lucky, the source would be killed.
Yeah.
When you look at the others, we talk about Reality Winner and, all of the other people that are involved in this that are, rotting behind bars. There's no telling when they might get out. They're not being held for anything, just being held because the people in power have power. And I mean, every day that goes by is a lost with their family. It's a moment that's lost in their lifetime. You only got 80 years to do everything you're going to do in this world, stealing the one thing from you that means the most. Because you wouldn't let them kill people for profit, or exposed, how horrible it looks when they do. Not like they stopped. They dropped more bombs in Afghanistan than they've dropped entire fucking war beforehand this year alone, right? They dropped more bombs this year than they've ever dropped before.
You broke up on that one.
Well, just that the U.S. has dropped more bombs in Afghanistan than ever dropped in before in the history of our war in Afghanistan. Right, we
Yeah.
dropped more munitions this year than we've ever dropped before, and that would be even bigger. There would be even more innocent people killed if it wasn't for Assange and people like.
Well, see, when you're greater and bigger and more bigly than anybody else, you got to beat Obama's numbers, whatever they were. So you have to be the biggest.
There's just certain records that I don't think, like, why try to beat them? Obama killed 250 children with drone strikes. Give me 3. Load them up.
Well, I can do 500 in half the time then.
Yeah, let me see a map of Syria.
Well, that's
Yeah.
why you have to keep creating more conflict so you keep killing more and more people. It just kind of feeds on itself.
Well, I can only imagine how screwed we would be if our entire military was now in a war with Iran as coronavirus bears down on us. That would have been smart. Right? If they would have went their way, we would be at war with right now as coronavirus takes over.
I haven't heard anything about Iran having any cases.
No, that's what I was saying. That they had. I'm not like I wasn't able to pin down whether they had 4 people that were infected and 2 of them died, or they had 2 people infected and both of them died. But they had at least 2 infection cases and at least 2 deaths because of corona. But like all the other ones, they don't want to seem weak, so they can't really say what's going on in the country. But there's been a couple of cases in the middle population. We'll probably keep that from spreading in certain places as quick outside of the cities, just because a lot of once they get into a village, it'll take over extremely quickly. But in places like Afghanistan, people live very distant from each other and in very close communities. So the next community may be 50 to 100 miles, and you only see them once a year, right? They're very contained. So in some of those places in the Middle East, it's going to spread very slow. You'll go to a town or a village, and they really outside, and everybody in the village is related to each other. 1 or 2 families.
That seems pretty common in a lot of parts of the world.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't move very far from where they are born. It seems weird to us, but most of the planet doesn't move very far from their birthplace.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think even in the U.S., very few Americans even have passports.
That's true. Yeah, not that many.
And I think you can a lot of places like Mexico and Canada. I think Canada now you need to have a passport, but you can still go back and forth to Mexico places, just your ID.
Yeah, I know some folks that are like 30, 35 years old. They've never been outside of Texas. It's like, really?
Why would you need to leave?
Man.
You got everything you need right there.
You do better than that. But you at least got to get around and see other things. Jeez.
But no, and I think it allows them to control us because they can spin a story of what the people over here are and what the people over there are and what they're thinking, and you never meet any of them or see any of them to know any better. But a lot of times when you do travel, you'll go places, and yeah, everywhere's a little bit different, but you really do see how the same everyone really is. There isn't a scary boogeyman somewhere waiting for you. That's a lie. But I want to keep a little bit focused. I know we've got I mean, non-stop events from the 24th. I know, Mark, you're actually going to be outside, if not at the trial.
Yeah, that was the
For
plan. Yeah.
Assange.
So we will actually try to stream from there directly. So yeah. We
And
all,
for the people that are listening, it doesn't have to be our stream, doesn't have to be our information. But if you support the cause on from the 24th until the I think it's the 27th, when the trial end, it may go longer. Share that information out. Show your support. If there's an event near you, go and hit the streets, make signs. If you don't have time to march, go and stop by, drop off some water or something, and stand strong. This really is one of those moments where it's not going to stop. If we don't put our foot down now, right, they will start arresting journalists worldwide. They are arresting journalists worldwide, right? So, I mean, we have to put a stop to this while we still can. And we need like an all hands on deck moment. Like everybody can help out in some way, and show your support for journalists, for Julian, for whistleblowers. Like now is the time to stand up and stand up in mass.
yeah. We do have like if you can't actually because maybe you have to work or something. There are on Saturday there are huge protests too in many locations. They already start, and on Sunday we have like a tweet storm, and that is called No Julian for US. So no Julian for US. That is a four, like the number four. So no Julian for US, and you will find that a tweet storm. Anons will participate, and other supporters of Assange, and so we can like make a big stir about this because it's like one day before the whole lawsuit thing. So yeah, so you can go Monday, worldwide protests on like many locations. The fastest thing is just typing in "Free Assange" on any social media, and you will find these protests for sure. Spend 5 or 10 seconds scrolling. You will still see everyone is promoting these protests for Assange support. And Saturday will also be protest, and Sunday tweet storm. Not sure what they will do on other social media. Maybe there are also actions there. So just search around, I guess, and please join.
Yeah, I mean we're all fighting for the same thing here. We have an opportunity to come together as always, and make a stand. We really need to do it. I want that moment where you can, where he's inside, testifying and all of that stuff, and you can hear the people calling outside. I want that moment. I think it will, really shake them to their core.
Yeah, and we know Assange needs your support too, and I know he will hear us already because I know one of the people who is with our show. A lady is going to deliver a book. Or she's giving a book to John Shipton, who is the father of Julian Assange, and he's going to deliver it to Julian, and it is going to contain a lot of good wishes from his supporters, and some words of strength, which includes a text representing many anons who just a short thing. I mean, no names or whatever. It's just anonymous support for him too. So we know that he is aware that we're all supporting him. So let's make sure that we actually do that too everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to see that the governments are starting, at least government organizations are starting to speak out as well. I hope that I mean, it's one of those things. I hope that it goes well for him because he's in the right. You know, I hope that there is some justice here, and then when it's all done, I hope there's some real justice and changes afterward because of it. Uh, but you know, I definitely worry, and I'm sure he's worried as well.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, but like you say, he is right. He's actually on the good side of history. And that is something we have to understand, that maybe 50 years from now, he will also be remembered as being on the good side of history. And we
Well,
have to make
in the same way.
yeah, go
No, go
ahead.
ahead, please, please, please.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have to make sure that we also will be on the right side of history, on the good side of history, and we stand. Even if we lose, we will still. We're making sure that we at least made a stand against it, right? Against this. So.
Well, and I mean, hopefully things. I do really hope that things go our way. And if and when they do, in the same way that that it set precedents for the bad guys in what they can do in holding journalists and charging them and all of that stuff, extraditing them. It sets precedents to the good side as well, right? In showing the things that can't be done. So I mean, I do see in the future people referring to the Assange case as setting a precedence for what needs to be done, and how journalists are treated. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot riding on this, including a man's life.
Yeah, and we're now reaching the moment that we're reaching a form of a globalized law, and it almost looks like we might be the first people in history, in modern history, who will witness like a global destruction of the free press. Like literally an extradition, that any journalist who any publisher who talks about a certain country who commit with people who commit war crimes can now be extradited to that country. Uh, this is like you witness a murder and you expose this, and then the murderer gets to judge you because that is what it is.
Yeah, you get sent back to that murderer. Like you get sent to his house with a bow on.
Yeah, yeah, and this should be impossible, and this is like a journalist need to be protected against this because they inevitably they will, if they are real journalists, they will of course expose shit about corruption within governments. They're always going to do that if they're a real journalist because there is a lot of corruption. I mean, we talk about this all
Well,
the
and
time. So
I mean, that's literally one of the jobs of the press.
yeah, to hold the powers that be accountable for their actions. So yeah,
And I mean, again, we would not know so much about the corruption that's going around the world from war to elections if it wasn't for WikiLeaks.
yeah, I know exactly, and there are so many things people don't even realize what the platform of WikiLeaks exposed, and this is not. This doesn't just have to do with the United States or whatever. There are so many different things. There are over 90,000 files about Russia. So if you say like WikiLeaks is some kind of like a Russian employee, there are 90,000 files about Russia, like exposing a lot of stuff that's going on there, like the surveillance programs, the corruption, and then there is the world map of like the secret Amazon data centers. It actually shows proof that Amazon has the data centers in China and is actually doing the data recording for the Chinese regime that records like the faces of these people. Uh, you're talking about the most oppressive regimes which are currently active, and you see U.S. companies being involved with that. This is the kind of stuff WikiLeaks actually releases, and without them, we wouldn't even know these things. We wouldn't know what the data centers of Amazon are. Like they keep this very much secret. So
And that's a good point. I mean, the people that are against WikiLeaks, that's one of the things I think I've replied with a lot. I think a lot of people like don't realize how much information that WikiLeaks has put out. And when I get oh, he's a Russian, he's working for Russia and all of that, exactly like you said, go to the website and look at the stuff that they've posted about Russia. There's a whole, there's pages and pages and thousands, millions of pages on Russia about the corruption inside. I mean, from the top to criminal organizations, and people don't even realize it. They only know the narrative that's fed to them by the corporate media, and haven't even go and do you post Julian Assange is a Russian asset, right? Before you post that, go right now. Go to the wiki page and look about what he's posted about Russia, and then come back and tell me he's a Russian asset.
Yeah, because there is a reason why Russians are calling him a CIA asset, right? So,
well,
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And we went in, like, even on the show, we've asked, why didn't he take the Snowden route and take off to Russia? And I've said, because his life's in danger, they'll kill him. If you think the U.S. will torture him, right? They will just fucking kill him.
Yeah, he's no Edward Snowden, who only leaked about like one about American intelligence apparatus, which is also a great job he did, but he didn't leak about Russia. But WikiLeaks does actually publish about everyone, every state, everything they can get their hands on, which is actually verified. They will publish. So, yeah, they're obviously.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to go and do the little bit of research, and I don't asking like a lot. I'm not asking you to dig very much here. I'm just asking you to type in the WikiLeaks webpage one time and look at the stuff, research a little bit on what it is, and don't just believe the narrative that have their own their own necks on the line, right? When you ask, well, why would the corporate media lie to you? Did the corporate media lie to you about Iraq? Because their investors are invested in the war machine.
Yeah, and another thing I want the anti-Assange crew to realize, the people who actually believe in that whole fake Russian narrative that he's somehow working for the Russian government, this could actually benefit, that statement that he is some sort of Russian agent could actually benefit the Russian government, because if they want to get rid of him because he publishes about Russia, if they want to get rid of him and this is the way to get rid of him, they will support that narrative. They will just say, okay, yeah, he's a Russian agent, yeah, just to put him away, right? Yeah.
And that's the suicide by cop kind of thing. Like, it's just we've became so corrupt that our enemies can get rid of their problems by sending them to us. Oh, send them to America, they'll fucking kill him. Easy.
Yeah, if their
Right?
goal is to make him lose all support he has in this area, they will be happy to hear that. Like, if that is
We're
if it was Russian.
in a truly just system, you'd be happy to it, right? Send them to America, we'll get a fair trial, we'll get to the bottom of this. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying send him to America, they'll torture him and kill him. Right? We're doing Russia's dirt in that sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because their end goal is to maybe perhaps WikiLeaks has a lot more leaks about Russia, right? Who knows what will be released when the platform is full strength? So it's obviously a threat to any state if they are corrupt. That is.
Immediately sue them, take that money, talk to Elon Musk, take off to Mars, and then release everything.
Yeah.
It's a multi-pronged plan, but go and find.
I hope they secretly have some kind of base ready already, and that will be also leaked on WikiLeaks. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they do have a lot more kind of threat that if it gets too bad, that they'll release, the rest of the information. But I would like them to release as much as possible. I mean, why not release it all? Take this whole fucking stinking system down all at once.
Yeah, no, you're right. Of course, they have a lot more information, and there is also a lot of information still with the leakers and with whistleblowers. They are ready to submit, of course. So there is a lot floating around, and if yeah,
You know, I'm not in his situation, and his lawyers have told him what to do. And I mean, there's reasons, I understand there's reasons why they don't release it. I understand that, that's more than rational. But me personally, bury those motherfuckers.
yeah,
I, I'm already rotting in jail. Sent the dogs after me. Already had all of these people threaten to kill me. I'd fucking release every little bit I have, all the way down to what pencil you used to sign.
oh, if he is going to be extradited and he would be sentenced to 175 years in jail, yeah, I'm sure a lot more will be leaked. Yeah, just guaranteed. Because that's effectively a death sentence.
Yeah,
So and that there was that there is there are insurance files, of course, and I mean, yeah.
but it's going to be important, and I'm sure there may be things that they won't release just because they would rather not spend 107 years in prison. And I mean, this is the nicest way they could handle it. To be honest with you, there's other people where they just execute. So I mean, we have came to a time where at least we can fight back a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, and keep in mind that Julian Assange also actually always protected like soldiers, for example. Like even in like the Iraq leaks and Afghanistan leaks, he actually edited out like names and all these things because they were active in the area and he didn't want them to be at risk. But if you arrest a guy like that, you put him away, he's not the one redacting it anymore, and that depends. Then it depends on others who might be also like annoyed with the whole Assange thing. They're going to be redacting future documents because the WikiLeaks platform is not going to disappear if Assange disappears. So,
Yeah,
documents, yeah.
in all honesty, it'll make things worse. To be honest, I really do. In the way that we've seen other technologies, end up, no matter how hard they come down on them. And I mean, they put teenagers in jail for file sharing, and look at the world we live on now, right? Anybody can get pirated music and stuff. Anybody, and they created that.
Yeah.
Where people are going to, in better forms of encryption, people are going to keep from going, so like they don't end up spending 107 years in jail. We'll invent better technologies so that you can submit and leak stuff without being tracked. They're going to create that, and things that wouldn't have been leaked in a million years, because we'll be forced to create a system, a way for people to submit things and leak things and it be accessible by anybody, right? Because, well, you put Julian Assange in it.
Yeah. Yeah, and you already see other methods of leaking too. Like you have leaks, a lot of leaks happening through torrents these days too. They use torrents, and that's pretty much impossible to take out. Because you can fill in like any trackers you want, and you can take out a tracker, but you can fill in more new trackers. So it is more methods are going to be developed, and this is the result. If you can like we discussed this before, like with the whole white supremacy stuff, right? With the Nazis, like. You start kicking them off the mainstream social media, and they're going to hide in places. Like, they're going to not disappear. They're going to become like they're going to hide in places where we can't reach them. Now it's weird to compare this with that, but if you if you kick this, yeah, you know what I mean. Like if you kick them out of the mainstream, they're not going to disappear. They're going to find more smarter ways to beat you. And it's the same as with journalists and whistleblowers, and it's going to be an underground.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. They've never actually been able to silence the people. We always find out about it eventually. Doesn't matter how dark. We talked pretty openly about, the MK, projects, MK Ultra stuff. These are all things that they would have killed you, right, for knowing about. Arrested you, even for, put whole pains, right? Got you fired from your job, threatened you. They would have done anything to keep that from coming out. Now it's coming out. Nothing that they're doing right now that's horribly corrupt won't come out of it. And the more that they try to hide it, the dirtier that it looks, and it'll continue to beat them. They didn't have to do MK Ultra, right? They didn't have to do that. They didn't have to do weird torture fucking games. They didn't have to do any of that stuff. But now, because they did, look at all the times we get to say, hey, look, these are bad people. They rape, they torture, they murder people. Look at all the things. They've never been able to hide it. And I mean, back as far as you want, I can tell you the dirty shit that King Henry did. I can tell you the dirty shit that the pharaohs did.
Yeah.
Right? They've never been able to win. They've never been able to stop it. We will find out eventually.
Yeah, and people are resilient, and ideas are resilient, and it's not going to be stopped by any government. And after what happened in like 2010, I thought that Americans would understand this, the American government. I mean, like when they tried to take down WikiLeaks with the actual digital attacks, and they saw what happened, and that thousands and thousands of mirrors, clone sites popped up everywhere, and to the point that they were unable to even take down like 1% of these mirrors. So it is. Then you already knew that you only make it worse. That you take one down and like literally 2,000 more appear. What do you expect?
Unfortunately, the U.S. government are extremely slow learners.
Yeah. Seems to be
But yeah, I mean, and that's the negative side of it. Like on the positive side, I think he's got huge amounts of support. I think people are waking up to it. I think the courts, international community are waking up to it. America isn't as popular as we used to be. There's no benefit for being.
Ruh-roh.
It's like they always do this at the
drifted
exact
off.
right moment.
He might come back. Where are you, Terrence?
The listeners realize it. He gets like pushed out like when he started talking about this.
Well, they finally had enough of his speech, so that's it.
I'm going to say Amsterdam FTW. There is nothing taking us down. No, I don't care. It's like we're saying nothing but the truth, and this is what we're going to say. And journalism is not a crime. It's as simple as that. If WikiLeaks was spreading lies or slander or whatever about people, then it would be a different story. But it's not. Like, if you report about war crimes, you report about corruption from governments and government officials, then you're not doing anything wrong. Being a journalist.
Well, they haven't outlawed that in Europe yet.
No, they haven't outlawed that, and it's
They're
going to be
outlawing a lot.
yeah, but that's one thing they haven't done yet, and they actually, due to this, I guess, like early last year, they introduced actually a whistleblower protection law. So there is a little more defense for whistleblowers and journalists. Uh, there is a difference between countries. Some are like a little less free. But, yeah.
Well, they won't need to. Well, pretty soon there won't be any need for political debate. I mean, it's all going to be decided by some, I guess, some rich guys behind the scenes, and they'll just like tell you what approved speech is, and you won't need elections or politicians or courts for sure, lawyers. We're going to simplify things.
Yeah. Uh, the European Union is hostile towards internet freedom in general, but there are different institutions that do actually do some good things. Like I'm never like I was never a fan of like big government, of like central government, but councils where these states actually like discuss things. I'm not so much against that. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, they should have learned a lesson by now. Government always, I mean, think how they gave it to you, like it was going to be this great open borders. It was just a trade union and an economic thing,
mhm.
and then it slowly but surely over what 20 or 30 years turns into this.
Yeah, to be fair, like a trade union was very useful. I mean, if all the products come here in Rotterdam Harbor and like 100 miles away is like the biggest buyer, Germany, then it makes sense to open a border to the biggest buyer, so that then not all the trucks have to like wait in a line all day with the products. Like that makes
Yeah,
sense, but
yeah, that part
personally,
makes sense.
yeah, yeah.
But then it turns into this overriding government on top of all the other governments that tells you what to do and starts writing laws for you. And, I mean, the mission creep on the EU is just incredible.
Yeah, and not all countries are in favor of that, by the way. I mean, the UK has always been against that. Well, you can see it now with Brexit, but my own country was also always against that. But some countries are very much in favor of it, and they want more and more. Like, look at France. Macron. He prefers like a European army and all these things. Like, we need a European army, and we like then France has to like supply this to the army, and then Germany has to like supply the tanks to the army, right? That's how they want to, how the guy wants to do it. So, yeah,
And then they'll have to go attack Russia or somebody. Once you have an army and they can't have them sitting there and all the equipment getting rusty, you got to use them.
in some way, maybe sometimes they're jealous of the whole American military-industrial complex. Like,
Well, you saw Macron tried to go to war with Syria without like going through anyone. Just like sent the army to start bombing people. Like didn't run it through the government. Just sent the army. He bought those new jets and could not like stop himself from using them.
yeah, yeah, and they're always doing it in a way that they can play like the defensive move. They will like do something like fake some or bait some some terrorist attack or whatever, and then they say that they're under attack, and then all NATO countries must help them, right? Because that is in the articles. You're forced to help, and then they all jump in. Same as with the EU.
It's like we don't get anything from World War, from even World War One at that point. Like just because two countries get into an argument does not mean that you have to like immediately break into a world war, and that's all that happens from that. Right? We agreed that no matter what, if those guys have a fight, we'll destroy each other. But those guys have like 50 countries that said the same thing.
Well, that's the advantage of a large group. See, the more countries you have involved, the more likely you are to have a conflict because if one gets in trouble, then you all got to jump in. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, it's how you have, an unrelated prince in a, in a small, in a small country get assassinated, and the rest of the world has to break into world war because of it. It's a weird way of thinking.
Well, you have to think like a a large corporate entity that has weapons to sell. You sell, almost by definition, the more conflict there is, the more weapons you'll sell. So that's what you have to shoot for.
The more money you make, it's all win on this side.
That's called a win-win for everybody. It's a win for them.
I don't think you're understanding how much money we're talking about. Trillions of dollars. Just play
Oh
ball.
man, it's ridiculous. Yeah, to me, if anybody else wants to be the policeman of the planet, they can have it. It just costs way too much money, especially the way we do it, and it's not worth it.
The thing is, you also have, just like the EU actually, in the US you have this too. You have some areas like California, which have on a lot of things a totally different standpoint than some other states. And yeah, and we have that too. For example, like our own country, then we have like a very pro freedom standpoint. Like we have legalized drugs, we have like a red light district, all these things. Other Some other countries don't really have that, and we are just like one like very small country in the EU, and we never actually get what we want. So it doesn't
Well, and
make
they want homogenous culture, so they want us all to exist in this like manufactured culture that they can export to everybody, and they don't take into consideration that people like their culture, like their language, like their way of dressing. They like being different. There's a reason why we don't all think the same, and they don't understand that. Right? Well, if England's upset about this, how come Japan's not upset about this? Well, because we're not England. I don't care.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, no, exactly. And now we're like moving in this whole globalized direction, and then I'm thinking like, do we all realize that what direction are we going to take? Are other countries going to take more like a more freedom direction, or are we actually moving towards like a system like that we can compare with China, for example, because they have 1.5 billion people. Majority of people live there, so why would they adapt to us, and why wouldn't we adapt to them?
Oh,
Like,
and you'll see even the way that that like world leaders or whatever will talk to each other or talk about each other. I will not be disrespected by Iran. I don't give a fuck whether Iran disrespects you, right? Why would someone that doesn't live in America and Iran care if America or Iran, right, are talking shit to each other? But yet they want us to like get involved around the world on something that is your problem. Right? You have
yeah,
to move the war because this country said something nasty about this other country. That sounds like their problem. Quit saying nasty stuff to each other. I don't know. Like no other situation does that work out that way. It's like the bar fight mentality.
yeah, send in diplomats instead of troops, I guess. I mean, yeah,
Well, I mean, at a certain point, you can literally, for a lot of the problems in the world, you could send in anything other than bombs and it do better.
yeah, send them a shrink or something.
Said drop PlayStation 4s from the sky would be better than bombing fucking school children.
You,
Right?
you got to be careful when you say send an ambassador, because we'll send you Ambassador Bolton, Mr. Warmonger. He'll take care of you.
Yeah, I mean, look, you look at the situation, on the outside, they say, well, they desperately want North Korea to like them, right? To like America, to work with America, to do what they say, right? North Korea is starving. You ever consider dropping food?
Yeah, exactly. See
Right?
them dropping food.
Right? You could drop anything other than munitions, right, and have a better effect. Diplomats, PlayStations, right? Anything, food, anything, medicine, anything other than bombs will have a better effect. The only thing that bombs create at this point are terrorists.
Well, I'm pretty sure that if you drop like massive amounts of like free food and toys and stuff and put like American flags on it, their hatred against America will disappear like instantly.
Oh, you feed like if there is a mother holding a starving child right now, if a bag of rice with an American flag falls on them, ends up at their house, right? They will love America forever. That's truth. If your kid is dying of a disease, right, and the medicine that comes to them has an American flag on it, they will love America forever. If you send an explosive device into their hospital, they'll hate you forever. That's I mean, that's simple.
Well, the problem with that U.S. aid though is it's like, by the time that's showing up, and I mean it's a great photo op at the hangar there where it all comes in and it's flown in and everything, but and then you find out later like it all got stolen by the local militia or something, and it didn't get to the people.
Oh yeah. I agree. In the current system, like that's not. There's too many people that aren't starving's hands involved for it to be, a reality. But if you wanted to, we spent $1 trillion. How much? I mean, how much are we going to spend in North Korea tomorrow? Just tomorrow, enough to feed all of the North Koreans.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like some militias might take it. Well, drop more food.
Yeah, okay. If
drop 10
militias
times as much food. Have all the militias take the food and drop even more food.
Yeah, but it shows that we're worried about it, right? If the militias take the guns, we send more guns. We're happy, right? We're going to actually make some more money, right? Sorry, guys. We're going to need another $1 billion worth of surface-to-air missiles. The militias took them, right? Yeah. But if it's food, this is a problem. What, you're going to have fat, happy militias?
Yeah, I mean, like, how expensive these weapons are, these bombs. Like, you can drop so much food. Have the militias take some food then. Like, you keep dropping it,
like over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Enough that point, like they would be worried that you would stop dropping food. People would come out on the streets and sing the praises of America that they're going to eat tonight. But we'll spend, 100 times, 1,000,000 times more to make a Moab to blow up a mountain, right? We'll murder everybody in the village to take the resources, not knowing that you could spend none of that money, feed everybody in the village, and they'd give them to you.
Yeah.
It seems like it would get old too. I mean, after a while, it's like, what's the plan for tomorrow, boys? Well, we're gonna bomb someplace. It's like that's been the same plan for like 50 years. It's like insert new target. We're gonna bomb these guys. That'll fix it.
When it comes to North Korea, we don't even remember why we went to war with them to begin with. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So long. We don't even remember why we went to war. Some about communism, I think. You know what I mean? Like they don't even. I do know, but that's not like on the what we're fighting about now and what we're doing now has absolutely nothing to do with it. America and Russia split up Korea, not the Koreans.
Well, it should have been to fight communism, but I mean, it's obvious by now that we're not going to fight communism. I mean, we are partnering with communism. So this whole fighting communism, that's like a big joke.
Well, it gets into that homogenous, right, culture thing, right? America demands that you cannot be communist. Why? I don't care if you're communist. Do your thing, man. That's your country.
Yeah.
And to go to war because I don't like your ism sounds like a problem.
Well, it is in a way. I mean, you don't want to be overrun by folks that think that way, and that's what's happening. But
I mean, when it comes to North Korea, we're doing if you were a Korean vet, which we're running out of Korean vets, it's been so long, right? Your great grandchild is still fighting in North Korea or in Korea. At a certain point, come on, just move on. Like this is whatever you're doing, right or wrong, whether you feel you have the moral high ground, it ain't working. As we close in on 100 years, it's not working. And there's a couple of these things that we've got on around the world, conflicts we've got around the world with whatever you're doing is not working. I dig it. We tried it, right? You put on your boots, you loaded up on guns, you murdered each other for now 100 years. It is not working. Maybe we should try something else.
Yeah, the part I don't get is the economics behind it. It's, you're spending all these trillions, but you're not getting trillions back. You're not getting any raw materials or oil, lithium. All those contracts seem to go to the Chinese anyway. So it's like, what the hell are you doing?
Well, I mean, we don't get to see any of the money. Even like back into the U.S. government doesn't see the money, but Boeing's making it hand over fist, right? If you're making the bombs, right, you're getting paid several times over. Like in today's world, you get like the win-win. So you get the money when you get the first contract to send the equipment over to Iraq and Afghanistan, right? And then when it's done getting beat to hell over there, then you get to bring it back to the U.S. and sell it to your police departments. And when it's all the way run over there, you get to send it back to Iraq, Afghanistan to sell it to moderate rebels. So you made 3 times the profit off of just the conflicts in, you know what I mean, in your hometown and overseas.
I need to get in on that action there, man. How do I get in on that?
To be honest, I think you have to murder somebody.
Well.
Or be bored into it. How do you feel about the Clintons?
Oh, they're so loving. They love you.
There you go. There you go. You got it. You got it. You pull a couple more of those, yeah. If you're just willing to play ball, molest some kids, kill some people, you're good, man.
Well, if I was a good corporate butt licker, I never would have left the company, and I'd be way further along than I am now.
But you would like way further along is perspective for sure, because chances are you'd be a lot more unhappy, and yeah, you'd be doing horrible stuff, so you would regret your life, which I think is probably worse.
But I could always justify it for that check, right?
Yeah.
Check.
If you're that kind of person, where you can like cuddle with your money, feel better about yourself.
If I wasn't doing it, then somebody else would be, so I need to do it.
I love that excuse for stuff. Well, we have to sell weapons around the world. If we won't do it, then the Russians will. Okay, let the Russians sell murder around the world. I'm done doing that. Well, if I don't murder all these people, someone else will. Well, then let them murder it. Let them be the war criminals.
Oh, well, if you can't, if they build the bioweapons, that's why we have to. So then we create the bioweapon that kills them.
Yeah, that's the kind of insanity that we have. We have to create bioweapons that can kill everyone in the world. Why? Because the Chinese or the Russians might be doing it. Well, I mean, there's still weapons that kill everyone in the world. Why would you do that?
Because somebody else might do it.
Yeah, why didn't you make an antidote for all the viruses in the world? What are you doing here?
Well, see, Captain Planet, we didn't think that far ahead. We were working on the bioweapon, and we forgot.
That was as far as we. That was as far as we got. It just seems like if your enemy is making bioweapons that kill everyone in the world, if that bioweapon gets out, it kills everyone in the world. Making another one doesn't help the situation. The most that you can do is double kill everyone in the world.
Because you just never know. Because if they do it, they'll get ahead of us. So we have to do it.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna see some crazy ass virus be released in the U.S. because they're trying to get everyone, because they want our bioweapon to be better than the Chinese bioweapons.
Well, this one's kind of weird because it's like, I mean, you see these stories, and it's like, was this really China doing something because they're attacking America? It's like attacking America. What is it? It's like they're the ones dying over there from the virus, and they're like
I would,
trying to flip the story into like this is an attack from China against
yeah,
America. It's like
the
what
fear
the fuck?
game. No, I would say most likely, if it is, and I'm not saying it is or isn't a bioweapon. There's really a lot of evidence one way, and some evidence the other way. But I will say that if it is a bioweapon, chances are it got out accidentally. Look at Lyme's disease in the U.S. Right, Lyme's disease, with the little deer ticks, right? 100% a bioweapon was what out of Montauk, right? That weird island that they grow bioweapons out there. They put Lyme's disease and saw if they could spread it through ticks. They definitely can. Some of the ticks got loose, probably on a bird or something, and are now everywhere. 100% a U.S. bioweapon. Why would we do that? Right? But we totally did it, and we didn't. It wasn't an attack. It wasn't trying to get at anybody. It was completely and utterly accidental because that's kind of the nature of bioweapons. We're part of nature. Quit trying to fight nature. But if it was, chances are it was something that got away from them accidentally. That's the reason you probably should not be making, weird contagious biological weapons. They get out and end up getting everybody sick. Way to go. I would prefer to live in a world where we don't really need bioweapons. If, like I said in kind of the beginning of that, if the only way that you can fight somebody else's ideal is by ideas or by just killing everybody in the world, it's your ideas that suck. If the only way that you can figure out how to win something is by murdering everybody in a nuclear war, you've already lost. You have to destroy the world in a nuclear war, right? But people are better off just sitting home at that point. The communists are going to have to be communist wherever communists live.
Well, that's their thing, though. They always have to destroy and then like recreate in their image.
But that may be the problem, because they're not gods. They're just monkeys. We're just primates. You ain't that special. You don't get to create life in your own image because you're not God. You're one of God's creations. You exist in the world, in the universe that entity created. Quit thinking you're so fucking special. And on top of it, we can look around us, right? The oceans are boiling. You can't breathe the fucking air. There's fracking shit everywhere. Pipelines broken. World fucking war. Poverty, right? You ain't all that fucking good at it.
Yeah, Fukushima dumping stuff in the ocean. Yeah, I mean it's
yeah.
They're not really good at doing things, especially when it's the bioweapons and the nuclear energy. They obviously can't handle it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they've done the kind of job where you would be comfortable with them creating anything in their own image. We know who Mike Bloomberg is. I don't want anything created in his image. The real life Monopoly guy.
Mikey.
I love that Trump calls him Lil Mikey, because I know that drives him crazy.
He's a short guy, isn't he? Short guys don't like to call.
No, and he looks. You can tell everything. It just the gutless, heartless. You can tell some of that is little man's complex.
He'll have to hire. He'll have to get a bigger SUV. What do you call it? Not ambulance. A damn. God, what am I thinking of?
And we're getting
the word.
Anyway,
and a few more bodyguards to make him feel more like a man.
Yeah. He does kind of ooze like a little man's fucking yeah, his persona, kind of the way that the way that he acts, he kind of does have that vibe with him. In the way, like, just the way he doesn't get a lot of respect physically. So I mean, his bank account has been where he, shows his power, and he's not really respected for it right now, and that's driving him crazy.
He'll just have to abuse some more little people,
Oh, maybe
that much
some,
harder.
right? Tell a sobbing mother, can't you find some black to look over look after your kid? No shit, he said that word for word.
Wow. Yeah, he's got some quotes, man. I don't see how he can, talk his way out of it. But
And I mean, he's worse than Elizabeth Warren. Like, man, it's not even like you were a Republican, right? A decade ago, you were a Republican last week. Just walks in and buys the DNC.
yeah, he doesn't even seem to qualify, and yet there he is. It's
250 million cash. That'll get you qualified.
yeah, and,
I feel kind of bad for Tom Steyer. Like, as he's a billionaire, and tries to play the whole climate change card and all of that shit. He's got to be sitting home like, what the fuck? Bloomberg gets in there, and I bet you if Steyer knew he could just buy the DNC, he would have just given him 250 mil. I think Bloomberg's worth on like paper 60 million, something like that, and I think Steyer was worth 20, or 60 billion, sorry, and Steyer was worth 20 billion. 20 billion is a shit ton of money.
wow. Yeah, you could get into a bidding war there, but I mean, what's the point? Pat, you're going to saturate in the market, and nobody gives a fuck about you anyway. Either one of them guys. So
Yeah, I mean, the whole NDA non-disclosure agreement, I think that was the end of the Bloomberg campaign. He'll never get back out from under that. No way. He had the opportunity, the whole, like, the Me Too movement, man, wrong time, dude. Wrong time. And like all the things that Elizabeth Warren was trying to pull with Bernie, she can openly pull with Bloomberg and not get any blowback. So yeah, I think he's done. He's going to spend a lot of money. He's not over, but his campaign was done the moment he didn't release them from the NDAs. But yeah, we're getting the 15-minute mark. Do we want to put out some there are some meeting times. I mean, London's going to be huge, but some of the info on Julian Assange events, I just want to make sure we get as much info out on that as possible.
Oh yeah, should we use that other map again? I think some locations are added now, but
Yeah, there's a couple. That was from Weta, which has been great. Give them a big shout out. Let me look in here. I mean,
anybody there?
did he drop out or?
Yeah, it's like he's frozen.
Okay.
Well, I guess continue on whatever locations he was talking about there.
Okay. Well, I just posted the London thing. So London on Saturday, February 22. It is.
yeah.
You can announce it, Terrence. I'm going to find some more.
Find them too. Yeah. So the Rico Bauer, the Dutch journalist, he gave a message, and he'll be there February 23rd through 26th. So he'll be there a day early as well, and he'll be protesting. These ones are all on the 24th. I'll read them out real quick while we're closing here. So 12 noon at the British consulate. That's in San Francisco. 6 to or 4 to 6 p.m. Union Station in Denver. Um, 12 noon at the White House in Washington D.C. Mexico will be 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. At the British Embassy. These are all on the 24th, by the way. In Nice, 6 p.m. Garibaldi Place. Uh, let's see, Athens will be at 6 p.m. And I can't really read, the writing's really small on this one. Kapenicateria, not really sure where that one is. Australia will be Adelaide will be 5 p.m. on the Parliament steps. Um, Sydney will be 12 noon, Martin Place. They'll be marching to the British consulate. Melbourne will be 10 a.m. at the British consulate. Wellington, big shout out to Wellington. 12 noon, the Parliament steps. Brisbane will be 12 noon at the British consulate. Auckland will be 12 noon at the British consulate. Brussels will be at 5 p.m. at the British embassy. I think Edinburgh is also having one, and that'll be at 10:30 a.m. at the Scottish Parliament. And New York will be at 11 a.m. at the British Consulate. I think that's most of them.
Yeah, and
Alright.
so we
But
have.
that's not even near how many events are out there.
Yeah, we have in Amsterdam. We have events too on the 22nd and the 24th. The 22nd, there is an event on a museum square at 12 o'clock noon. There is an event on the 24th at the same spot around the morning traffic peak. So they will list an exact time. I think they're trying to do like a shock event for the 24th. But the 22nd at least is the main one on the Museum Square at 12 o'clock noon in Amsterdam.
And we'll be having a Twitter storm as well. And I think those all start on the 23rd as well. But if you type in free Assange, free Julian Assange now, you can pretty easily find the events that are close to you or people to know. And on top of it, feel free to message any of us on the panel or the show directly. And if we don't have the information on hand, we'll either look for it or we'll point you in the right direction. Easy.
Yeah, and we should mention, I'm not sure if you did it, the London event on February 22nd, because it's going to have like a lot of artists, like musicians, and like Roger Waters and MIA and Loki. But it's also going to feature the dad of Julian Assange, John Shipton, and it's going to feature the current editor of WikiLeaks, Kristen, and Yanis Varoufakis is going to be there too. I'm not sure if you guys know him, but he's the former finance minister for Greece. Shortly before the crash, he's also a whistleblower about how he's actually at this very moment he is building a project called EuroLeaks, because he is exposing the conversations that go on behind the scenes and in the European Parliament. It's going to be shocking because they directly threatened him behind the scenes, and he will have more information about that very soon. Yanis Varoufakis. You can find more about that stuff on Twitter. But he's going to be there too, and that is the Saturday, February 22nd at 11:30 a.m. at the Australia House in London. And they march to the Parliament Square. So.
and there's going to be, I mean, quite a few events around. Those were kind of just the ones that were sent to us on the flyer, but we're constantly sent events in here in the messages. So I'll try to post as many of them as I can.
Yeah, what I do myself is just search for like the free Assange hashtag, because we are getting used to all using similar hashtags all the time. So we find most of the posts you find on these hashtags. So yeah, you're wondering if anything is close to you. And if there isn't any event close to you, it always makes sense to actually march to your local British embassy, right? Because yeah, the lawsuit is taking place in Britain, and it matters now that some pressure is being put on the British government to defend journalism in the British courts. So
So yeah, most of these are to the the British consulate or their embassies. Do the same thing. Go and make your voice be heard at the embassy. Go to the consulate. Go and sit in, march, protest, do your thing. Make sure that they know that we are united and it's not going away, right? So they make the right choice in this. And we're not trying to be, again, we're not trying to be violent. We're not trying, but make sure that they firmly know that the people are not going to stand for this. It is an injustice.
yeah, exactly. And you shouldn't believe that you are like that your voice is like worthless, because it is not. They actually do listen to you. They hear you, and even if they might not follow with what we want, they might not agree with us, they still hear you. Each voice is another voice in favor of free press and free speech, and yeah, it matters a lot even for yourself. I mean, it's just like you can later be very proud of yourself that at this very important moment in time you actually did something to stand up for this. And yeah,
Yeah, when people ask, right? When? Now, right? When are we supposed to stand up? Now. Now is the time to stand up. Now is the time to stand united. And in this case, we even have the who and the why included in it. The what is completely up to you.
yeah. And yeah, if we don't do it, who else is going to do it? Yeah. So if people listen,
And
if you're not doing it, is your family going to doing it? Are your friends going to do it? Or are you going to do it, and can you actually convince them to join you? That's also very powerful.
yeah, and I mean, what kind of world are you going to leave your children and grandchildren? Are
Yeah.
you going to leave them a world filled with corruption where they have no avenue to even expose it? Or are you going to leave them a world where the truth is held higher than those that pursue war crimes?
Yeah. That we are even considering this, right? I mean, it sounds so bad when you even say it. Like, of course, the truth is more important than these assholes who commit war crimes, right? These fucking war crimes. This isn't like
But
1930s anymore.
as he sits in jail, that's exactly the question that we're trying to contemplate, and they try to make sound rational. As we see that none of the people, George Bush is free to paint, go to baseball games, do his thing, right? The people that are actually responsible for the war crimes are having buildings named after them, and libraries and books, and news agencies contact them to find out what they feel about subjects around the world, while Julian Assange, the guy that actually exposed their war crimes, is rotting in jail. Yeah, it drives me crazy. It's definitely not right. It's definitely not right.
No, no, it's not right. It is like, if you think about it, it's like, what kind of situation did we get ourselves into? Like, how did it even get this far?
Yeah, how did we get here? Everything was going so well. How did we get here?
Criminals and corruption. That's how you got there.
Well, I heard Anon is not taking any more of it. I heard they're putting an end to this shit. That's what I heard.
Anonymous
Yeah.
had enough.
All right, I think we got through. I mean, most of our big news stories here. As always, we wish we had another 4 hours, but we get cut off at 4, so.
I don't know that we do, but we got to end it sometime.
Yeah, we're at 4 hours, 1 minute, and 6 seconds.
Well, we have to do our. Is it time for the PSA?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
All right. As everybody knows, we have to spay and neuter all politicians for a better future.
Dun 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 dun. I will say, out of any show online.